Connie, you're muted, baby.
We're doing so good, everybody. Hi.
Can y'all hear
we
Connie?
can hear Tom.
Only we can hear you.
Can we hear
No,
Connie?
you need to add your mic to OBS.
Yes!
Everyone be nice.
Connie's the only one we can't hear.
Okay, how about now? Can y'all hear me now? Testing, 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2. Yes, okay.
There we go.
All right.
Classic! This is why I don't
So
produce anymore. Oh my goodness. Hi, friends. So hello, everybody. We are back. Welcome one and all to our very special Valentine's Day community stream. Let's go. No matter if you're tuning in for the first or 100th time, we are Transplanar RPG, an all transgender, people of color led dark fantasy actual play channel telling stories set in an original non-colonial anti-orientalist multiverse. This means that we stand against genocide and ethnic cleansing and support all oppressed peoples of this world struggling against injustice, imperialism, and colonization. We must use our voices to build solidarity and fight for the worlds that we wish to see. So to that end, free Sudan, free DRC, free Palestine, abolish ICE, and free all oppressed peoples of this world. Thank you all so much for showing up to support our story. If you're watching this right now, you're here for the 2026 V-Day, Valentine's Day, community stream, where we will be discussing all manner of connections in TTRPGs, our favorite character dynamics, headcanons, how we approach telling stories about love, and more. But before we get started, please allow me to introduce my fantabulous cast for Arc 4, starting with our incredible guest, Dare!
Hey, and hello, it's me, the hardest working woman on Valentine's Day possible. My name is Dare, pronouns she, they, they, and it. I am the very lovely guest of Arc 4 who has done nothing wrong and will continue to do nothing wrong. I'm glad to be here and talk about love because, it's one of my big things. And I'm going to throw it over to Val.
Hello, everybody. My name is Valentine's Dorian. How are you all doing? I use he, him, his pronouns. You can find me across the internet, Valiant Dorian, or also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure hunt I just set you on. Listen, I had a classmate in law school that made that joke every year I was in law school. I'm allowed to make that joke every year as reparations. It is my God-given right. And I'm very, very excited to talk about Valentine's Day because it has my name in it. Gonna pass it out over to Sam, right? I hope I got that right.
Nope, it's
nope,
me.
I did not, guys.
We've only done this like 1,000,006 times over
still...
the last 2.5 years.
Listen, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's his day. It says so on the name. I'm just gonna step in for a second. Hi everyone. I'm Kai. I use he, they, and she pronouns. And man, I love love. And I love all these people. And I'm going to bounce on over to Sam.
Hello, everyone. It is me, Sam, the birthday girl. As pointed to my lovely, lovely crown that's flashing lights. Hello, everyone. I am Sam Star. I use she, they, and the occasional Fae pronouns. And I'm here to talk about my favorite shit, which is love and chips and canon, non-canon, and all that jazz. This is honestly best topic in the world for me. I can sit here and talk for hours. I'm going to pass it on over to the dramaturg.
Yay, thank you so much, Sam. Hi, everyone. My name's C. I use they, them pronouns. And as you may or may not know, I broke my arm a week ago. Usually I'm behind the scenes as transplanar, producer, and dramaturg. But I did break my arm, so here we are. I am happy to be here, and I can't wait to talk about the most powerful force in the world, which is love. Much better than broken bones. And I'm going to pass it back over to the boss, the producer, Connie.
Yes, the boss and the producer. Chat, can you still hear me? Because I think I fixed what I fixed. If I am audibles. Yes, okay, yes. It was a yes. Perfect. Thank you, chat. Okay, I figured it out. So before we hop into the topic of the evening, we'd like to shout out some incredible people that we adore. Get it? Because it's Valentine's Day. Our Patreon precepts. A massive thank you to Ozra, Brooke, Elvira, Mainman13, Mark J, Nocessity, Robert Burke, Rose, Sergeant Danes, Spectra, Spencer, Taylor, Travis L, The Bow System, and Zoe. You can join their illustrious ranks today by using !Patreon in the Twitch chat or going to patreon.com/transplanarrpg. Please consider donating at the free or even $3 tier to start, or you can even gift a subscription to a loved one. Speaking of gifts to loved ones, Val.
Hey,
before
folks,
we go any
you know-
further, is anyone else?
Oh.
Is Connie like really jumpy for anyone? Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I thought that
go
was a me
back
problem.
to whatever you were doing. Yeah, no,
Jumpy?
that's a
Like my audio?
yeah. That's, yeah, you're
Yeah,
you're
and
pretty
video.
Okay. And my video?
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, hold on. Let me change my bitrate.
Also, chat is hearing Discord alerts. So
Oh god, I'm so sorry. Okay. Let me know if that fixed anything. How the hell do I turn off my alert noises?
Turn on streamer mode.
Streamer mode. Oh my god, I disabled
Streamer
that because I
mode.
was so annoyed. Okay, streamer mode. Turn it on. I just turned it on. Okay, that should work. Is the choppiness better now, friends? I'm gonna just keep waving
You're just gonna
around.
jump around.
Actually, you can just keep doing that. You can just keep dancing.
Okay.
That's fine.
Oh, it's much better. Okay, I think my bitrate was a little too
Yeah.
high. Okay. Yeah, I bumped it. I like halved it, so it should be good now. It was like obsequiously high. Now it's a bit
nice
more
vocab word.
truncated.
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't know what
sorry,
it means. I had to
okay.
use context clues. That was great.
Why, thank you. Go ahead, Val.
Oh, hi everyone. It is Valentine's Day, as you know. Happy Valentine's Day. Welcome to the stream. Y'all can spend this Valentine's Day looking up all of our gorgeous apparel, home goods, and accessories designed by my Valentine this year. Everybody say it with me. Our husband.
husband.
Our
Our
husband.
husband.
Our
Thank
husband.
you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Use exclamation
Love you,
point
Mac.
merch in chat and go to transplanarrpg.shop to nab a gift for yourself or your loved ones or both. You know, it's a Valentine's Day treat. How about you treat you both to that? And our shop is sourced ethically, size inclusive, and made to order with free global shipping. So please go check it out at transplanarrpg.shop. Kai, I remember this time.
Good job. Seeking out, understanding, and honoring Black history is integral to any project of liberation. Our solidarity must be informed by the past in order to shape the future. This month, and always, we encourage everyone to support Black artists, communities, and individuals making better worlds. As a part of that, Transplanter is proudly sponsoring this year's Black History Month Harlem Renaissance Forever Streamathon on Apochramatic Unlimited. We will also be tuning in to a great Black History Month in the Shire stream series from our friends at 3 Black Halflings. Check them both out, and we'll see you all in chat. Sam?
I love the month of February. Why? Because I am doubly as powerful. It is my birthday and Black History Month. Nothing and no one can stop me. This stream may contain spoilers for Arc 1 through 4 of the Chaos Protocol, as well as our other shows, including Second Stranger, Godkiller First Blood, Godkiller Last Hope. We will try to give fair warnings and will avoid most major spoilers when possible. But if you need to catch up really quick, you can use exclamation recap in the command in chat to read our full written recap document and to see for some self-care tips.
Absolutely. Transplanter RPG deals with content that may be triggering to some viewers. This community stream may include discussions of romance and dating, intimacy, sex, complex and complicated relationships, oppression, discrimination, bigotry, fantasy violence, ghosts, grief, death of loved ones, and apocalypse. Due to the live nature of this stream, more content warnings may be added as the conversation continues. But do what you can, take care of yourself, And don't forget to have fun.
Yes. And see if you wouldn't mind letting Sam back into the captions because you still control the keys to the kingdom.
I was
know, I can
literally
never
just about
really
to
stop
unmute
being a
myself
producer.
and be
There,
like,
There's some control I will
"See?"
not relinquish.
Sam, I think Google Meets auto muted you because there are 6 people in the call now, so you're gonna have to unmute in Google Meets. Okay, perfect. I see that working.
Welcome to the behind the scenes feature of this community stream, everybody. We hope you really enjoy this special sneak preview.
I'm sorry, y'all. It's been like 2 years since I've been in the producer seat in any meaningful way, and it shows because we opened on the wrong screen.
Producing
and
is a love language today.
Yes, one that I'm not fluent in, but I'm studying it. Okay, so we are gonna start with our V-Day stream. I have some like cute little questions prepared for our cast to answer in no particular order. So I'm just gonna pick one that seems interesting. Oh, okay, here's a softball one, just to kind of like set to the mood and the tone for the evening. What draws each of you to telling stories about connections, relationships, or love? And what themes and angles do you find yourself resonating with the most?
That's a great question, actually.
So great, in fact, I must have a think really quick.
Yeah,
Well,
I was like,
I can at
man.
least start with an answer, and I'm sure
Okay.
I will elaborate further. But I can at least get the ball rolling, which is that I think that every story that is worth telling is about love, because it's either love of self, love of someone in particular, love of a group, love of a community, and that includes protagonists, antagonists. Every story is about love. And so for me, I like telling stories, and intrinsic to that is telling stories of love. But the thing I like a lot about it is I see love as such a like myriad of possibilities in storytelling, and like who people are in love, in their various shades of love. It's one of the reasons I specifically love queer stories about love, because we are not limited by a binary heteronormative perspective on what love is. And I think that the ones that resonate for me are ones that are complicated, that are not clean and straightforward, expected Western heteronormative perspectives on love, and what that looks like, and how we can hold each other both as storytellers and just as people, and talk about like what makes us human in a very like basic way of, I think that everyone at least a little is motivated by love.
You kind of pulled the nail right on the head as you were speaking. I had an answer and you just kind of touched on it. For me personally, I think the most human thing that could ever be something in like in relation to existing, like the most human you can be outside of just existing here in the space and time in which you're at, is through love. um Humans by nature are communal people. Nobody can do it by themselves, regardless of like how separate you may feel, or how much of an outsider you may feel. Like the most human emotion is love, and I think that is so intrinsically beautiful because there's so many different things and ways. Love is so universal in a sense. Like there's so many different types and so many different ways and forms that love can come in, can be in, and can exist in. And I think that is what draws me the most about it. I just think it's so human, and some of the best and most beautiful stories that can be told at its heart have some core or semblance of love, whether that be familial, platonic, or relationship wise?
I have a favorite quote from Ganesha from one of the books. God, was who's wrote this? Vikram Chandra. For those who are unfamiliar, Ganesha is one of the gods in the Hindu pantheon, specifically the god of knowledge and the removal of obstacles. And in this one particular story, he is approached by a monkey sage who asks him, "What, in your opinion, is a good story?" And I pulled up the quote because I cannot do this quote justice unless I read it out word for word. And it says, he replies, "What has always been, monkey, one conflict, some chuck-a-chuck song and dance, grief, love, love for the lover, love for the mother, love for the land, comedy, terror, one tremendous villain whom we must love also. All the elements properly balanced and mixed together, item after item, like a perfect meal with a dance of tastes." There you have it. And I think that quote is like how I feel about stories about love, and how, like, piggybacking off of Kai and Sam, this idea that like love is this all-encompassing myriad force, and it is not just romantic love. Obviously, we are on theme for romanticism in the sense of it's Valentine's Day, but there's a level of like romanticism and love that, like Ganesha's quote, talks about grief. It talks about love for the mother, love for the land, a villain whom we must also love also. And this idea that in it is of my opinion that a good story comes about from a sense of deep love, a deep appreciation, because even if your technique, even if your execution could be improved, even if other elements can be sharpened or focused, being able to tap into the heart of it, of love in a very, very real and genuine sense, is, I think, what really pulls the heart of a story together. And I think in terms of what I'm drawn to, it's exactly that. It's balancing between all these different facets of love in a to quote Ganesha, in a dance of tastes, right? Until you make the perfect meal. And that's how I view love in storytelling.
That's really beautiful, Val. I think for me, a lot of the impetus of these thoughts, which are like very much harmonizing with Kai and Sam and Val, and I imagine the whole table too, is kind of the purpose of the stories that I want to tell about love and relationships and connections are kind of the gesture, I guess. I'm lost for words, but the expression of this too is also love. Where like what you were saying, Sam, about like to love is human, I think is very true. But I think a lot of times, especially in like post-colonial or colonized white supremacist thought perspectives, that love is tightened into this box, right? In this very specific box about what it is and what it isn't. But what you're saying is exactly right, is that there are so many different ways to love that don't look like normative ideals of love, even platonic love or even familial love. And it's really important to me to be able to say, like, I'm not devoid of love as someone with potentially low empathy or a long history of trauma. My love just looks different than what you might expect it to. But this too is love, right? The care that I hold for my plates to put them away gently, this too is love, right? The care that I take in decorating my space means something to me. This too is love. The stories of drinking rain from a gutter pipe, this too is love, right? Like there are very many different ways to express that I think, especially in the context of transplanar shows where we work in that like non-colonial and anti-Orientalist world, we get to express that a lot more freely, I think. And we get to share and expand normative concepts of what love is. And so I get like really, 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 I feel very strongly about it always. And I think that is what draws me toward love in storytelling is because I literally can't help it. Right? There is no story without love. There is no me without love. And there's no world worth saving without love. If we're telling stories about saving the world, because is that not also a gesture of love to care about your home and life so much that you wish to save it, to go against all odds, to work through conflict, right? Is that not also a form of love? Yes, it is. It absolutely is. And that to me feels so important and resonant. And I think I can never really leave that behind, because even when I do, or I intentionally play, characters with low empathy or who are intentionally running from ideas of love, it happens because love is literally an unstoppable force, and it might just look different to what the normal definitions of what love are, but it always happens. Always
Yeah.
happens.
God, I really shot myself in the foot going last. I think
It's okay. I got more.
like
Go on.
oh, beautiful. Yeah, to jump off of like what everyone has said, for me, love is the universality of it. I am someone who feels like there's a few things in life that are like everyone will experience in some way, shape, or form. Love is one of those. I think like, and once again, it is all the myriad ways that love can be and can be shown. Even just like the simple love of like me just giving my cat a couple of pets right now in this moment is love. Like all of these small ways of showing it. I like to make sure those are all known and felt and exist throughout everything I do because I am very much a lover girl. I love very strongly and too much. But like I I think it's like so good for me to showcase the ways that I love because like everyone's version of it is going to be unique to them. I think we all bring so much of ourselves into what love is that it can't help be anything but your own reflection of what love you give out. Um, like I know the ways that I show love to my friends, my partners, to all of the people in like I meet, even the little things I think of like the ways I showcase shared love for just being a person are all like unique permutations that only you do. And I think that's so beautiful.
Yeah.
It is really beautiful.
Kai, you
I
said you
have
had
more, but I want to know what Connie has to
yeah.
say. I want to know what you have to say before I add my garbage sentence at the end of this beautiful sentiment.
What? No, I can't wait to hear
Oh.
your so-called garbage sentence. But
No,
okay,
but
I
I
can...
need to hear your nice stuff.
No, it's just thoughts that I'm gonna spew out. I'm really resonating with what everyone has said about the expansive definitions of love that we can all reach for beyond colonialism, beyond white supremacy, beyond what hegemonic ways of thinking, storytelling, and meaning making have said are the appropriate or only ways to express, transmit, and experience love. And I think I'm really, really resonating with it. And I think for me, I'm personally not really interested in telling stories that are like just an exercise in form, or just a grasping for structure, or just kind of navel gazing for the sake of navel gazing, or really enamored with its own complexity or its own like cleverness or something. For me, I'm more interested in like the themes, the heart, and the emotional like affect of a story and what it can do and what it's trying to say. And to me, there's always like what folks have said, an echo of love in any search for meaning, in any kind of search for, I guess, like true depth, like something that affects me, that makes me think about the art after the art is done, or after I'm done experiencing the art. So in terms of specific themes and angles, I'm gonna get a little specific. I like telling stories and experiencing stories about really messy and painful kinds of love, really tragic kinds of love as well. Love that has no easy answers, love that posits really difficult questions, love that makes us kind of like figure out what lines in the sand we want to draw, what identities we want to craft for ourselves, what is too far, what is not far enough, what hurts too much to continue with, or what, kind of pain is tolerable or interesting or fruitful. So that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in like finding the kind of painful edges of connection, because I think that's where really interesting art lives. For me, at least, which I think explains a lot about why Transplaner is so sad and so messy. But go ahead, Kai.
I mean, that's kind of exactly, it's a very nice way of saying what I was going to say, which is I also love mess. I love mess because we are imperfect. And I think part of loving yourself is telling stories of imperfection, which is why I'll never play someone who's perfectly in love, because there's no such thing, right? It's just being in love or not. And I think that the more we can deconstruct pristine, westernized, hegemonic love, to me is so liberating. So every time I play anyone who's ever been in love, it is not simple. It is not straightforward. It is not clean. No one is just happily ever after in love, because I love mess, because to me it is a celebration and a story of how I love myself, my community, people that I love very dearly in my life, because I think loving perfection, which is what we've been sold, is honestly terrible for you. And it might be like eating cotton candy, but it's like eating cotton candy every day. Whereas messy, complicated, imperfect, not easily resolved, sometimes unhappy love is actually really good for you to consume as a person. And so I think I always say, like, storytelling is emotional education. Listening to and telling stories is actually as important to me as book learning, because you can't learn how to feel unless you experience feelings. And storytelling to me is a safe way to go about doing that. Like, people will also live experience. As a person who's lived a lot of lives and done a lot of stuff, like, you also have a lot of lived experiences. But some of my core, like, pieces of empathy that I learned as a child was from storytelling, was from consuming stories of love, and complicated, messy, imperfect love. And so I think mess is actually genuinely, like, the actual question that you ask, like, themes and angles you find yourself resonating with. If it's clean love, I'm like, okay, but how do I make it messy then? What's the messiest thing I could do here? Because it's not to pursue mess because it's funny or dramatic. It's because that's who we are as people. We make imperfect choices. And me, with the view of a storyteller, like a God's eye view of someone experiencing love, I don't have the same perspective as someone who's living in that moment going, do I text this person back? Do I call them? Is it too fast? Am I too much? Am I not enough? Like, these are real feelings that people have about love. And we make what is the not cleanest, best choice for ourselves in those moments because we are imperfect. And that's great.
Mm.
If I could add on a little
Yes,
bit.
please, Derek, go
I
ahead.
think like the messiest of love also like means so much to me as someone who, through like the other people I love let into my life, end up growing in so many ways. That mess is part of my journey. I have a million stories of the ways I was a disaster in one way or another, and like the ways I've gotten better. Okay, not a little slower. And the ways that I have.
Sorry, I was resonating. To be clear.
But in the ways that I've like, I don't know, grown over the course of the people that I choose to like love, and the people who choose to love me even when I feel like I don't deserve it. And I have acted very messily, trying to run or avoid that, and knowing those people hold on because it's a really because they know how much I love them. Truly, I just am having a moment. Means so much, and like that growth from all that mess is everything to me.
Mm. I have two very quick thoughts related both to what you said, Darren, and what you just said, Kai. One is this idea of like mess, right? And mess. Another reason why I like exploring messy love is that anyone can be a fair weather friend, but true friends and true connection is kind of forged through conflict. So I don't think it's necessarily even a bad thing to be like an acquaintance or to cultivate shallow friendships. I think those are interesting and good friendships to explore in storytelling, and also like in life as well. Like we all need friends that we aren't like super close with, but are just in our general network, in our general community, right? But we also really need like deeper connections and more genuine and tested bonds, people we can rely on through thick and thin. And what's the thick and thin of things? It's conflict, it's difficulty, it's challenge, it's trials. And I really love how fiction can elevate these challenges in really poetic and fantastical and exciting ways that we may not necessarily have access to in real life, because it makes it feel both safer to explore, as Kai mentioned, but also like it still gets to the emotional truth of things, right? This idea of emotional truth. That's the one thing I thought of. The other thing I thought of is, so speaking of love, I recently wrote an essay for a project called How to GM Romance. And the essay I wrote, I was invited on, and they basically said I could pitch any idea. And the concept I pitched was non-colonial approaches to romance in TTRPGs. And it's basically an essay where I like talk about when we think about romance, it's specifically romance, but I would extend it to more expansive forms of love as well. Who has access to romance, and who has access to love and being loved, and in what ways? Because I think a lot of like marginalized people, we only really have access to love in really fetishized, exoticized, monsterized ways, orientalized, one might say, depending on, you know, your flavor of marginalization. And it can feel really difficult, dehumanizing, challenging to then think about ways that our characters, our stories are able to access this idea of love. So I think there's something really powerful about, for me, both getting to tell a story about being monstrous and getting to tell a story about having access to love alongside of and kind of in conversation with that monstrosity, for good and ill. And that, I think, is something we can't ignore, is this idea of when we look at stories, because I'm thinking of like, why are like the characters of, so many times like characters of color are always sidelined as romantic interests, or they're like the girlfriend before the real girlfriend.
Please don't get me
And, like,
started.
Yep.
The
Oh
B-plot
my,
romance
it's
time.
roll.
It's time.
Actually.
It's time.
The lead white
It's time.
characters look better in the main A plot.
In case you didn't
Mhm.
know, that is Sam's middle name, person before end person. That's
You and me, Sam. You and me.
God.
But yeah, that's basically all I had to say on this so far. But I want to open the floor again to the rest of you.
I'm man, I'm so
Do it, Sam. Do it. Go for
you
it.
know, it sounds wild, and I think more if I deeply unpack it, there's probably a bit more underneath the surface of it for sure that I haven't got to yet. But I really do enjoy like that romanticized perfect love, but I think it's because it's like ways in which like I feel like I've missed out, or I don't know, or anything in relation to that, and trying to find the truth and the realness in the midst of that. And so I think one of my favorite things right now is, and I think content warning, loss of loved ones, is trying to fully understand and interrogate and excavate really where love lies in, and more specifically when it's lost. Like you never really realize how much you genuinely did love and cherish and care for someone until they're gone, and you have to work through that understanding of not just learning how to love with them not being there anymore, but learning how to amend that love, right? How to turn that love from somebody that was once there and once with you consistently, and how you express that love continuously in person versus when they're not there anymore, and how you have to learn how to still have that love, how to still be that love, but not have that real physical manifestation of that person there with you anymore. And I think that's where I've been personally in the meat and potatoes of this. Obviously, spoilers for the Chaos Protocol, a really interesting dynamic that I didn't even realize I was truly unpacking with Lumira at the same time as she was losing Sing, right? Like it's still coming right off, fresh off the gates of losing my father, losing my aunt, losing my Grammy, right? And trying to still have that love, still hold that love, but having to find a way to keep it alive and keep it here physically with me when those people are no longer here for me to have that springboard reciprocation off of. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the angle that is really kind of important to me right now, is trying to learn how to love again and that still keep that love in the forefront, and adapt and move with it as you grow and change. And unfortunately, while Lumira is a time mage, Sam is not, right? So I can't go back in time. I can't forward time. I can't create a liminal around the space and time to keep those people with me always, and trying to work through that. I think that's my angle that I'm really enjoying and I'm working through right now.
Yeah. There is so much love in grief. I think like it is it's someone who's also working through that. There is so much little ways of like going from loving that active person to like loving the memory of that person. The ways that you try to do little things to honor them, or just the ways that little things make them like almost appear or feel like a little bit of warmth. It's I think such a like monumental part of what love is, and once again the myriad ways it can exist. Because yeah, I know like certain cartoons I watched like with my little brother growing up. Those ones are like really hard to go to because of like how much love they almost have like stored in them, and it is almost an overwhelming amount of love and grief to open that back up. Like the car I drive is from my like uncle who passed. Like every day I almost feel like a bit of love and appreciation as like an act that happened from him. And like that is, I think, why like stuff like love is so universal and so big, because those are also ways that love just is there and present, even in random objects that you don't think that much about. Those are stored with love to me. Like, I don't know, I got this little picture book that my partner made for my anniversary, like with him. And like I keep that right on my desk because it is not only a object made with love, but each photo in there is another moment I can recall perfectly because of how much love was into those moments those photos was took. It Love is just so fucking big, y'all.
So real. I
Yeah.
have.
Love is. Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, really quickly, both of those things really resonate for me, and a lot of the grief that I put into my characters is based on real grief that's a little less fresh than both of yours. It's slightly older. And to me, and it's something that I think I must say this in dramaturgy to see like once a month, that haunting is love. To be haunted is to be loved. I have a friend that I always joke, he haunts me every time I turn on my Xbox. And sometimes he turns it on for me, which is a whole other story. But to be haunted is to be loved. And I think that that is one of the most beautiful statements of love, to be haunted by objects and memories and the perfect versions and the imperfect versions of our loved ones sticking with us. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm resonating with this a lot too, insofar as like every time I eat broccoli, I think of my grandma because of the very strange thing that she said, right? Her last words were, "I will see you in the broccoli field after this world." So I think about her every time I eat broccoli. And for me, it really kind of boils down to love is change and change is grief, and grief is also love, where it becomes a circle. And if we even think about like the story has three voices, if we get into like the transplanter of it all, right, there's kind of that cycle. Love is change, change is grief, and grief is also love, right? And that, I think, is what I mean when I kind of say that I insist on love being present, because if there's change, there's love. If there's grief, there's love. Give me any example and I'll tell you where the love lives, right? Like sometimes you have to claw down into the dirt to find it, but it's there. It's there. And I think kind of what you were talking about, Connie, like slightly earlier, that I think that there are a lot of locks on a lot of doors, indicating who gets to be desirable, who gets to be romantic, who gets to have access to, Sam, what you were saying, that perfect storybook love. Because point me in the direction of one single film made in the last 10 years, made ever, maybe, that features two people of color who are in love with each other, who have a happy ending.
Without a lot of toxic mess in between, none.
There are a few in my mind, right? But there aren't that many. And I think there's sometimes this like, it's like a two-pronged approach to storytelling a lot too, that I think insists, number one, that love is like what you said, Connie, is that like I can be monstrous and I can have love. I can be oblivion and I can be loved, can love, even if that love doesn't look like anything that we've ever known it to look like before, right? Like the core conceit of Stranger. And also, I think it's also really important, kind of in like the day-to-day episodic nature of the series, that we show specifically queer people of color being in love with each other. And yes, it being messy and complicated, but also having access to the types of love that are systematically denied to us and to each other in the world every day. And that feels like, it feels really important, and why I think I sometimes can take umbrage when people are like, oh, like, is it just a boring romance plot? And I'm like, no, it's not. Absolutely, it's not. And like, people don't necessarily like say that about the show, but it's just kind of something I see where it's like, oh, why do these two characters need together? And I'm like, can we do a little bit of media analysis about who these characters are and why this actually isn't important, even if this is a story we've all seen before? But with who? But with what characters have we seen this story before? Right? And that context will always be different. There's just an angle of interest, development, and spotlight and centering that has been often shafted for a lot of marginalized people.
Damn, see, that's it, right? That's it, right? Fucking there.
Yep.
A lot of this in relation to access. Have you seen it before? But like this, because you in the same regard, how many times have you seen a fat black thank you Dare, thank you, that's I'm taking like right there. How many times have you seen a fat black person or let them even be polyamorous or trans or queer. How often do you see that? That's why Annie from Sinners was so big. That's why she was so big, not just because of the movie being what it was, but that was the first time that we literally saw a fat, dark-skinned Black woman in a love interest role where she is outwardly desired, outwardly fantasized about, outwardly loved in the ways that you don't typically see people who look like that being loved in the traditional sense, right? Of what people think of love being. A lot of that has to do with access and in relation to, of course, being in like a heteronormative white supremacist capitalist world, a whole lot of things in relation to like desirability and who is deemed worthy of happiness and of life and of autonomy and of sanctity and respect. All of that kind of falls into it, and very rarely do you ever get to see anything like that. We're always having to find ways in which we identify with that person in all of the other ways that don't really matter to us. Like, I have to find ways and similarities between this white movie protagonist because they don't look like me. They don't have the same capabilities I have. They don't have the same accesses to the things that I have. They don't have the same obstacles to go through as I have to go through in order to get any of this, right? Like, all of those things matter. So getting the opportunity to show more than, show plus, super plus, if we're being honest, is honestly really, really life-changing and something that I wish I had growing up. All the people that are in like high school and first starting out in college right now that are getting this, I cannot even begin to explain to you how lucky you are. And not just saying that because I'm on this channel. I mean, literally something like this would have been life-changing for me at 14 years old, life-changing for me at 15. You know, when I'm trying to work that stuff out, every aspect of my identity and of my personhood is explored and is admired and celebrated.
Sam, I think that's actually a really great segue into our next question. And if folks still have lingering thoughts from this one, feel free to put them into whatever response you might have. Which is, what is an underrated character dynamic that you would love to see explored more in actual play and other media? This can be a
Enemies
romantic
to lovers.
connection.
Okay, calm down.
Heard. It can
You
be
were so
romantic,
ready. You were so ready. I love you so
I
much.
was from the hip, dog. I was
antagonistic.
from the hip. God, I mean, this is not surprising considering who I am, and I don't think it's necessarily underrated, but I think there can be so much more like nuance and weight given to it. But like, I'm a big fan of Friends to Lovers. You know this about me. You've seen me.
Yeah.
That's how I meet 90% of my
That's
partners.
another one.
Oh.
That's another one.
Uh-huh.
Friends to lovers, enemies to lovers.
But yeah, I think
Two
like,
sides, same coin.
exactly. I think so much of what I love about that is the amount of history that is contained within that and the amount of versions of yourselves you have seen. And I would love more stories that like let you see and feel much more of that weight. I think there's like I think about my strongest friendships. I think about the people in my life. I think about the partners I've had who were friends initially, and I think about the versions of who we've been to each other over the course of the years. One of the people I'm dating has been my best friend for like 10 years. I was a guy when we first met.
Mm.
Like, I was a guy and I didn't dye my hair or anything yet. Right? Evil to think about. But like the amount of versions we have been for each other, every permutation of like exploring our identities, all of these are really, really important to me. And like I think I wish there was ways, or I wish to tell more of those stories, because you can feel so many wrinkles of like, here are all of these different loves folded into this new exploration of love, or trying a new dimension of what love can be for you guys. And even if it works out or doesn't, I think like that is still like an interesting wrinkle on the history of that relationship, that especially because you still love this person in these other ways, it's going to continue. It's just going to have so much nuance to it, and I love that.
I love that as well.
I-
Okay, I'm gonna
Go.
jump in here real fast, real fast with three dynamics that I love. Lovers to enemies. I love lovers to enemies, and I don't get to do it enough. I love that shit. And they can go back to lovers. It doesn't really matter. It's the lovers to enemies part that is important to me. I also really like hidden love. Like love that you have to hide, like improper or like hidden, forbidden love. I'm thinking specifically of heated rivalry, which, you know, spoilers for this show. Heated rivalry is about two queer hockey. Ice soccer.
Honestly, and if you know hockey's so gay.
It is
It's
super
turbo
gay.
gay. I can go on a whole rant about this.
It's so
Anyway,
Very gay. Sports, men's sports, gay. Anyway, but
as a giant hockey fan,
what I'm going to say is going to contain general spoilers for the show for heated rivalry. So take your earbuds out if you don't want that. I really loved the first season. I thought it was great. Now that I've had some time to sit with it and think about it, I wish they played with them being forbidden more. I wish that their dynamic off the ice translated more to their dynamic on the ice. I like rivals who are in forbidden love with each other, who are hooking up with each other on the down low. And they're like, oh, we're totally not into each other, whatever. But they actually totally are, and it really affects their rivalry, their professional rivalry. Like, imagine two knights that keep butting heads, but they're like, you know, hooking
Connie
up on
says,
the down
imagine
low.
two knights, incredible.
Imagine two huge muscular women knights. And on the
you
battlefield,
good?
like, what if how does their feelings for each other that they're both repressing affect how they fight each other? How does it affect their dynamic in the hookup scene? Like, if one of them beats the other, I want to see that. I want to see the crossovers of how those
More
dynamics
toxic.
manifest. I was talking to Jerry Cobb actually about this, and we both agree that we wanted to see Shane and Ilya have more like friction before they actually got together and have it be like actually a problem. Like what Shane's mom has a question at the cottage, and this is huge spoilers where they find out, and she's like, did you ever go easy on him? You know, and Shane's like, no, never. And I actually thought that was an interesting question, because I do want to know, did you ever go easy on Ilya? Did Ilya ever go easy on you? Or did you try to beat each other even harder on the ice? Because of how you were beating each other in the bedroom.
Okay, Connie.
Okay, that's my
Connie.
second dynamic. And the longer you can stretch it out, the better. Like, I don't even really care about you getting together for real. Like, I want to know all the obstacles in your way. My third one, and this is Connie's most, spicy one, is any sort of dynamic with like really messed up power dynamics. Like, I enjoy messed up power dynamics. Like celebrity ex-bodyguard. Or like, I don't know, like queen ex bodyguard. Or I don't know, like anything where there's like it's either lateral or vertical, kind of vertical You know, like power wise.
I'm with you.
Like, yeah,
I'm with you.
yeah. Any sort of interesting power dynamic. I don't know. I find it very, very compelling, very interesting to me. Like God X Mortal. That's interesting. Precept X. Who knows? I don't know.
When you know what you're doing, power dynamic relationship stories are really good. But that's the thing about power dynamic relationship stories, right? Because not everybody, despite what they think, are actually good at telling stories or storytellers at all, let alone creative ones that can actually pick apart and do, something decent with that.
Yes.
Instead, you have some weird ass toxic bullshit where someone's getting taken advantage of in some way, shape, or form. And like, you gotta be careful with it. You gotta be careful.
I agree.
Yeah.
You do have to be
Yeah,
careful
yeah.
because I feel like
Yeah.
this genre of dynamic has really been like ruined by all, the racism and the sexism of it all and the transphobia of it all, for sure.
Correct.
And I wish there was a way to express these dynamics in their full messiness unapologetically, in a way that embraces the queerness and the hurt and the danger.
My solution is to date Quinn Rodriguez because
Okay.
that's how I do it. The amount of
we
awful
know.
power dynamics we have played in games together is
Hey.
wonderful, but it's also like the joy of being able to
Make a note,
express
chat.
it.
Quinn's
with-
actually perfect.
We have to date Quinn.
They've done
Yes.
literally.
Like the beauty of getting to explore it with like another like trans storyteller though is genuinely really, really fun, and it's ultimately like very safe and trusting because of how well we know each other, both as friends, partners. So it is really fun to get to explore the mess of like dynamics with people you really trust. Hence why transplanters also like that TM.
Yes. And the last thing I'll
Yes,
say
I
before I
did-
pass it off, I'm so sorry. See, I'm so sorry. Actually, the thing I have to say is a perfect segue into you because it involves you, which is I love telling stories with C. And I'll run home games with C, of God Killer and other systems of It's Just Us. And in these home games, completely off camera, like no audience, it's just us, we really get to go to some like really extreme places in a really fun way because there's no risk of like a responsibility to an audience, which is something I always have to think of on this channel, which is like not necessarily good or a bad thing. It just kind of is, and is something I have to negotiate as a showrunner, and we have to negotiate as storytellers. But I have no such narrower guardrails when I'm just telling stories with someone I really trust, and I really trust to know me and to hold me. And speaking of which, see.
Well, I'm just, I wanted to say I appreciated that meaningful eye contact, Kai, thinking of tables that are not able to handle complex character dynamics.
What?
But anyway, it's for years past now. I think the thing that I really love is again, like striving for very messy dynamics insofar as like, I really like irrevocable harm done as a trope. I love when two characters who are in love with each other, when one of them does something that is like irrefutably vile. I'm thinking Oakendrama, Arc 5, right? like things that really should be a deal breaker in any kind of like moral like dynamic situation, right? But I really love exploring the really, really, really deeply messy situation that happens after that irrevocable harm. And it is that kind of like looking through the dirt of being like, where is the love, right? Where does the hurt live? Where does the love live? And can they coexist together? Where and how are the lines drawn? Why? For what reason? And in this fantasy world where we are not penned in by things like white supremacy, colonialism, right? How do we get to be in conflict that is more over the top, but also somehow more accessible to work through storytelling? There's something really cool for me to think about like that because, knock on wood, but I hope that my partner will never be responsible for the death of a loved one, right? But
It's the knock on wood for me
Everyone looks at
personally.
Connie.
I have OCD.
Knock on wood personally.
Take some precautions here, just in case. But there is some like, I don't know. There's questions there that we hope we will never have to ask of the people we love. But sometimes in storytelling, I'm interested in asking them. I am interested in asking what happens if like there is, in a usually fantastical way, some kind of irrevocable harm done. Because like we talked about earlier, there is no way to exist on this planet, in this world, as people without doing harm. And sometimes that harm is really big, even if you didn't intend it to be necessarily. So that's one of mine. Rowan Vosh?
Oh God.
You know what I mean? Sorry, Arc 3 spoilers. Sorry, I should have said it before. But you know what I mean? There's yeah.
You're speaking my language, see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rivals, like enemies to lovers, but not the enemies where they're like, ooh, I don't like the way his hair looks, but he's so muscular. Enemies
No,
as in
like
they've
deep
tried
hurt.
to kill each other. And they have an ideological
Correct.
Yes, they have a blood feud
yes.
for good reason.
for
I'm
good
sorry,
reasons.
was I not clear? And that was
Oh,
my
no,
version
you're
of
so
enemies to
clear,
love.
Sam.
I was
I'm
talking
with you.
about-
I'm with
okay.
you. No,
So
not watered down
wait,
weak shit. No.
Sam, you are a person of taste. I know this. I know this.
I was
I would
like,
never
was
doubt
I
you.
not
A
clear?
person of culture
No,
and
no.
taste.
I would never doubt you. Would I doubt mainstream media at large? Yes, I would.
Yes, and you should, in
Yes, I
fact,
would.
actually doubt large media. I've got 3, I think, dynamics and I guess like love situations that I'm interested in and would like to see more, not just in APs, but in media in general. And I'm gonna kick it off strong here with let men long again.
Thank you, Val.
Men,
Thank you so
I
much.
see you, Val.
Thank you.
You're in the
Make 'em
same
beg.
brain.
Get men on their knees again. Thank you.
Yeah, let men long again. Let men feel romanticism and feelings sincerely again. Let men be soft, but not in the way that infantilizes them or neuters them. In a deeply like, I have. This is a thing that I've been seeing a lot more, where, especially like recently, with like more like softer men, which I love, but also what I've also noticed is that when in the attempt to carve a masculine or male character, they just completely make a bland character, devoid of conflict, devoid of the sharpness and bones of something more, right? Like, not to go off Bollywood here, but some of my favorite like romantic movies of all time comes from Bollywood, right? And some of my favorite movies um involve a man who can long and love so purely, sincerely, and passionately, while still reckoning with some of his thorns, while still reckoning with some of this sort of like broken bones within his body, right? There's a I appreciate the want and the desire to move away from the parts of masculinity that are toxic, that are damaging, that are hurtful. But what I feel like is happening in the global zeitgeist is instead we're just ignoring masculinity entirely and burying it into the dirt and ignoring it because masculinity now bad. And I'm like, that's not the nuance may enter the conversation once again. We're talking about toxicity. We're talking about people insisting on power and using it to marginalize, to hurt, and to injure and damage one another. But there are aspects of masculinity that can be cherished, that can be loving, right? Stoicism is not just violence. Stoicism is a matter of carrying yourself around the world. It doesn't mean that you have to hurt people. It doesn't mean you have to be cold and stone hearted, right? And all these things like that it is a converse is a thing that I want to see more. and I don't get to. I don't get to. Especially recently, I've been lamenting, and folks who are fan of Indian cinema will probably understand. But I've been noticing in Indian cinema, I don't see the lover boys anymore. They don't exist anymore. Right now, a lot of the movies that are coming out of Bollywood are angry male revenge stories. It is violence. It is um, like possession. One of the movies that won an award in Bollywood a couple years ago was the only movie I've ever walked out of the cinema of because it was just so toxic. It was so terrible, and I couldn't stomach watching it past. I left before intermission. Like I couldn't stomach it, and that won an award. That won multiple awards. Um, and these are the stories that I'm seeing a lot recently. I'm either seeing stories of like men at their worst, and it's just a blanket permission for men to do the most vile things possible, or and be unapologetic about it, or no, it wasn't R. It was no. I saw Sam's message. It's not RR. The movie that won a bunch of awards that's terrible is called Animal, and I don't recommend anyone watch it. RRR is a masterpiece. RRR got it right. RRR showed me two men who are friends with each other. Okay, says Rajamouli, I'll believe it when I fucking see it. I don't know about the friendship in that one, buddy.
Okay. I was worried because I was like, damn, I really love that movie.
No. RRR is a masterpiece. RRR is a masterpiece. I have never seen South Indian men long for each other that intensely in my life. Please go watch it. It is brilliant. RRR is wonderful. Or what I was saying is like either you see these like terrible permissive sort of like toxic masculinity movies, or we see ones where like masculinity is completely it's just a shell of a person. This is not a person, right? It's not even about a conversation of masculinity anymore. It's like, oh, this man does not exist. No one is this bland and has no thorns to them, right? So that's one thing. Let men long again. Let men feel sincerity and love again. Revive the lover boys, please. That's one of the dynamics I really want to see come back. And piggybacking off of what C and Sam talked about in terms of like idealized relationships, an addendum to that would be I want to see more relationships where I'm like, oh, they're a team. They are a team. They are solid. This is an absolute unit of a couple or of a relationship dynamic, and I want to see them like bring down the stars together. Right? That's something I want to see more. We don't really see that a lot because
I love power
what
couples.
happens. I love power couples, but what happens a lot with power couples, especially in pop cultural sort of like dynamic of it, is like the second they become the idealized couple, like they're suddenly super bland. Suddenly everything that made these two characters so interesting no longer exists. And I'm like, okay, but often this is usually done at the expense of our female characters, our femme characters, right? It is usually our female characters who, the second they get into this idealized relationship, are immediately made bland, immediately devoid of everything interesting, everything like that is interesting about them, including their own character and story arcs. They've suddenly vanished, and that's something I want to see. I want to see more power couples, more idealized love, where these people have had to build, fight, and craft this relationship for them. And when they are together, it is easy. When they are together, they are this dynamic and power couple, and like this is and they'll face the world together, and that's how it should feel, right? Yes,
Man, you
Sam, my
said
dear.
that, and I immediately like there is one very specific character that popped right behind my eyeballs when you said that. That when they got into the relationship that they had been building for so long, all of a sudden, not even that this character got less interesting. It was like the decisions that the character make are so tonally and completely opposite of how they have operated in the 6+ seasons prior to them getting together. Michonne.
Oh, I was gonna ask.
Ain't no fucking way you gonna tell me that the woman, sorry, this is spoilers for The Walking Dead, the woman who watched her, whose entire arc was losing a child in the beginning of the apocalypse, is going to leave himself to go get her
A lot of weird
I'm
things happen in
confusion.
season 10.
man. A lot of weird shit happens in season 10. You are correct. But that's neither here nor there.
Oh my god. What I was gonna say is like a great example for me of like the idealized couple that still maintain interest even after it is like canonized that they have feelings for each other at the very least is Ashitaka and San from Princess Mononoke. Right? Like San does not lose the things that make her interesting just because it is very, very clear that like Ashitaka loves her and she loves him, right? Like it is, yeah. That's the second time. I'm trying to remember what my third one was. And I'm struggling to remember now because Sam brought up The Walking Dead and I fucking my wires got fried because I was like, yes, that is the one.
Well,
that is.
I've got mine, and then if you remember yours, you can always come back.
Go ahead.
Okay, I also have 3. We're just going to keep this pattern going. My first one,
number.
kind of to follow up with Val, but more specifically, I think mask people should be allowed to be in love with each other and be mask about it. I think we should stop having this extremely gendered, extremely like repetitive conversation about like I see it. I think the worst place I see it is in fandom where people will put the more like smaller of the two or the whatever the more perceived as feminine of the two and put them in
East
dresses
Asian
and shit.
one,
No,
usually.
leave them masculine. Let Asian men of all forms be masculine and be in relationships. Let people be mask in their relationships and don't let it be toxic. There are ways to be, I don't know, masculine and not toxic, but specifically I weary of not just in fandom spaces, but in media in general.
Yeah.
Name me a ship in mainstream media, let alone fucking actual play, where the two people who are masked and in a relationship remain masked in that relationship and one doesn't start, like, no shade, but start queening it up. Like, let them just be dudes in love. Please and thank you. Oh my god.
Because
God.
if I may tag on really fast, Kai, because I
Please.
feel like the fandomism where it's like, oh, the small one's the bottom is just another way, like more layers to being like, oh, that one's the girl.
Yeah.
Yep, correct.
Yep.
And also gendering top and bottom. Boo.
Weird.
Boo.
Weird and bad. Boo.
Weird and bad. Boo.
More
Okay.
big, burly, masculine men being bottoms. 2K
Bossy ass
forever.
tops, little
Being
tiny
bratty
bossy
tops.
tops. Give them to me all
Yeah.
day, please and thank you. And being mask about it. Okay, so that's my big romantic one. But I can't play Zayn and Nesh and not bring up two of my absolute favorite things in the history of time, which are more platonic relationships that are loving, that are overtly platonic love outside of the romantic constraints of what we decide love has to be in actual play. If you're in a close relationship with another person, let that just be a close relationship if that's your goal, if that's your thought about it. Like, platonic relationships are so important. As a person who is in a queer platonic like life partnership relationship, it is so important to me to tell people and show people you can be in a close, intimate relationship with another person and not have it be romantic. And you can still love that person the same way that people love their romantic partners. I think that is something that is so underplayed in all of media. So let me tell you all, love your friends. Love them deeply. Love them intimately. Love them so much define what that relationship is for yourself. And if that's romantic, fantastic. Godspeed to you. Good luck. If it's platonic, fantastic. Godspeed to you. Good luck. Like it's love is beautiful in all of its forms, and there's not enough good examples of platonic relationships, especially in mainstream media, where it always inevitably, if they see two characters that have good chemistry, they will make them romantically involved, period, the end. Or they'll kill one of them for dramatic purposes, probably the woman or the Asian person or the black person. I can think of examples for each of these. And so like good chemistry could also be two people who are meant to be best friends. It could be two people who are meant to be very intense rivals. Let it remain that way. Don't get me wrong. I love it when it goes to romantic places. I love all that stuff, but there's not enough good examples of platonic relationships in media that are just deeply loving, intimate platonic relationships. And my last one, and the hill that I will die on, the banner that I fly as Zayn and Esh, is that we need to see more queer parents and showing love to their children, to their partners, and to their
Yes.
family.
Mhm.
Because name me queer parents that are shown as queer and parents in media. That list is very short.
Mhm.
And it
Hello,
was
Pop
the
Pop.
thing. It was the thing that when I was building Zion and I said, nope, this is actually extremely important to me because I know too many queer parents that don't feel seen in media, and I see them and love them and hold them so dearly. And so queer parents showing queer parental love to their children is so like ridiculously important to me. Go, Connie.
Chat,
Connie.
is fate a queer parent?
Yes.
Connie.
Put that card down, Connie. Ask anything else.
Connie, we're
protecting
typing
her.
out your blue card for 30 seconds.
Sorry, that's all.
So yeah,
Oka's
that's
mother
funny.
father
Hilarious.
is so important to me.
Oh,
Oka's mother, father.
Yeah.
I was gonna add. I was
In
gonna
Last
tack
Hope
on to that.
too.
You inspired me, Kai. I think I really like strange parental dynamics between two characters that are not the child. You know, not the
I don't know
child.
what you're talking about.
Because whatever,
I don't know.
because spoilers for
Interesting.
general chaos stuff up to Arc 4, whatever Artemis and Xynon has got going on, the two of them is weird. It's weird. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what that is.
And it's not romantic, it's not platonic. I don't really know what it is. It's strange.
Whatever the fuck's going on over there.
I
I
always
want them
say
to keep doing it.
it is the devotion of a mortal to their patron saint, but in a really weird and intimate way.
And what is the saint doing?
Yeah,
Huh.
what's the scene doing? Artemis, what is that? See, you were talking about irrevocable harm and like horrible, vile things, and I was like, Artemis, you literally in like Dare's character introduction episode, I was like, what about that? And Zion's backstory episode, in Arc 4, the strange profanities of Artemis, the vile heresies that this
Show up
sacred
for your
patron
crimes.
saint must commit.
Goodbye.
Terrifying. I remembered one thing I actually do wish I saw, I think more. Which is like the expressing of like non-inherently sexual, like physical contact. I am someone who is like big on one of the most loving things I do for my partners is to give them a kiss on the forehead, right? Like I feel like stuff like that I've mentioned in almost every character I've ever done on this show, someone will squeeze someone's hand and squeeze it 3 times. I love you. It's a thing I do a lot. And like those little ways of showing like physical affection, I wish there was more, like shown more. I am like I will give my partners a hug if I see them like in the kitchen, like doing something. I just wish there's more of that, especially because like as a larger masculine woman, like it is a thing that is often considered small and sweet to do. And like I like doing that. And like I like doing that for my partners. I like being there physically in those ways. And I just wish there was more of that in ways that aren't always inherently sexual, but also sexual too, because why not? They should both exist.
I have a thing to add. I remember what the third one was. For character dynamics, and it touches a lot of these different areas. Hey, I would really like for there to be portrayal in media about self-love that don't look like a radical transformation where you don't recognize the bones of the person anymore. I want to see more like self-love arcs that are self-driven and self-motivated that aren't you one of my mother's favorite movies of all time, Grease. Like it's just like I must change wholly and
Taste!
completely.
Tim, like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but like,
Yeah.
as a lover of Greece, I get it.
Yeah, no.
I get it.
One of my mom's favorite movies of all time is like that's part of the storyline, right? It's like this self transformation. But I want to see self love that doesn't. I don't know quite how to put my finger on it, but I guess the word that I would attach to many of the portrayals that I see about self love is that it feels like it feels so plastic, right? It feels like not real. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel sincere.
It
You know
feels
what I
very
mean?
like makeover fantasy and not an actual
Yeah.
self-actualization love
One
journey.
Yeah.
hundred
Yeah.
percent.
Like,
Like it's very much tied to that what I was talking about earlier and like desirability and access.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the outsider girl took off her glasses and pulled her ponytail down, and now everyone
Pulled off her
realizes that she's
glasses.
so fucking hot.
Oh, she
It's like
conformed. Now we can love her.
yeah,
now
like
we can
Oh,
love
she
her.
took off that terrible wig we put her in the whole movie, and now she's hot again. No, but like,
What?
Yeah.
She's
I
not in
feel this.
sweatpants anymore, so everyone can see that she has an ass. Wow.
No,
it,
but like for
it
me,
almost. Oh, you
go ahead.
first.
No,
I was
Dare,
gonna say it
please.
almost positions it like the version that you've been following the entire time was inauthentic, as if that person,
Mm,
that version of them, was not allowed to be like lovable or like loved in this
mm,
way, and that here's the true version of them that is allowed to be seen and loved. But who they've
yeah,
been the rest of the story, no,
doesn't matter.
not
Yeah,
real.
it's definitely that, and also like for me as someone who's trans, and I feel like a lot of trans folks feel this way is like a huge part of like my journey of like feeling comfortable in myself and becoming who I am today did involve a huge section of me being like looking back on past Val and being like, "Hey, buddy, I love you so much. You got me here." Right? And like having moments in my daily life of like, oh, younger me, if younger me could see me now, he would think I'm the coolest guy on earth. You know what I mean? Like younger me could look at me now, he'd be like, "Oh my god, I could be that. Oh my god, that is my future. Oh my god, I'm so cool." And like being able to like look back because I've also noticed a lot of like folks on media like obviously you could process your younger self and your past in a myriad of different ways, but I do see a lot on social media and folks posting in general about like, oh, I was so cringe back then. Oh my god, don't even remind me of that back then. And I'm like, yes, tee hee haha, that is funny because I do that too. But also I'm like, oh, but our younger selves, the little babies we used to be, right? The things that we loved that made us like this, all that cringe media we enjoyed that made us the storytellers that we are today, right? Like some of us watched Madoka Magica when we weren't supposed to, and that made us the messy queers that we are today. And we have to love and acknowledge that, right? Like there's so much about who we were before that we could love, and there's so much about the entirety of our personage, all of our mess included, all of our wrongs that we've ever done, the missteps we have done that have taken us to where we are now. Why can't we like hold that love for ourselves? And I don't see that in media. I want to see it more, especially in like actual plays. I feel like this is especially an actual play thing because it feels like there might be a pressure to like, I must show character development in such a stark way by the end of this campaign versus when we began. And I feel like that maybe that's where part of the pressure is, but also in pop culture in general, where it feels like self-love means I must transform into a whitewashed, westernized, like colonial version of myself. that doesn't exist and feels antithetical to who I was before, sort of a deal.
I also have to add in, though, I think some of it is a lack of acuity for character design.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
people don't know how to say, I changed, and here's the one thing that changed about me and how you see it on the outside. I say, hello, I talk about this constantly. But like genuinely, very often I see people say like, well, this is what their new level up look looks like or whatever. And it's like, but why? What about these pieces explain? They can't, because they just say it's a new version because I look different now. It's like, it's a lack of acuity in character and costume design.
This is what I love about the Paragon and Keeper transformations in Stranger, because those are fun.
They're so
Those are
fun.
fun.
And they mean something. They all mean stuff.
Yeah.
I love how little I change Gentle. Like it, like
Such a good
genuinely.
But that also means something. That means
Exactly.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm going to springboard us onto our next question, which is somewhat
Okay.
related
Go ahead.
to this one. Yes. So again, if you have floating thoughts, please feel free to carry them forward. Which is, what do you wish more tables did when exploring emotional connections in TTRPGs, whether in romance, friendship, familial, or other dynamics? Yes, see.
Oh my god. Fear.
I need you to be cool about talking to each other.
Yes.
I need more tables to be cool about just fucking saying stuff to each other.
Use your word.
Please use your words. Like, and use them honestly and openly and a lot. Because if I want to do a fucked up character dynamic with you, I need to talk to you for like 2 weeks on DMs nonstop. I need to get brainworms. I need to know 5 different scenes that we could have together that we can bring to the GM. I need 3 or 4 playlists so I know what the dynamic is, where you're coming from. I need to understand my character. I also need to understand your character. For what kind of, Sam, you touched on this earlier about like why some dynamics don't work, because it can very quickly spiral out of control. So like if we want to play messy X's, I need to be number one prepared to play messy X's, because tabletop RPGs have bleed. They always have bleed. Some bleed is good. Some bleed doesn't feel as good, right? There will always be bleed. So I need to be prepared for not just the fact that, oh, we're going to be messy X's. What kind of mess? What are we mad at each other about? What are the hurt points? What are the points that we can like kind of just needle at each other in public? And what starts an argument that's going to last 3 hours and dissolve our friendship even more? Because we need to do both.
Chat.
And make
Get a
everyone
slow burn
leave.
chat.
Get a slow burn chat. I was just gonna bring it up.
To the DMs.
Both of you, all 3 of you, get help.
Y'all
I have
don't
to
know.
sit through and know that the slow burn chat exists.
all of you who were not here somehow for the previous community streams where Sam and I have talked about this, of like, Sam and I decided very early on that Sayer and Lumira were going to have some sort of romantic entanglement. We decided that very, very early on. We as Siege said, we talked about the idea that, hey, Sing is also going to be in love with Lumira, and Lumira is also going to be in love with Sing. Like, we talked about this very early on, of that being a dynamic, because we have to talk about bleed. We have to talk about like these different dynamics when certain relationships are going to be featured, and when, you know, Sayer inevitably puts his foot in his mouth and says some dumb shit, right? Like, these are things that we talk about. And I remember, what was it, episode 2 or 3?
I don't even think we got to 5. I honestly don't even think we got to episode 5
straight
of
to time
Arc
out.
1.
You were barely the Wild Sea.
We just
I don't even think we got to the Wild Sea yet by that point. I don't even know if we had touched down there yet.
No, we did. We touched down on Wild Sea, and then C. Thomas went, Valiant Dorian, I see how gay you were describing your little flowers to Lumira. So this is a slow burn chat, because the both of you are being gay at each other, and I need y'all to cool it. Like, get a
C
slow burn
literally
chat.
put both of us, tied us into a chair in a locked room, and dumped a bucket of ice water on the both of us and said, chill. Quite literally.
I said, I know what you both want. You're just too good at yes-anding each other. So you need to stop doing that and they need to have a fight. Hence that one fight in arc 1, which I think folks in chat are mentioning it too, and I want to bring it up too because I think it's really important that we as a group had that conversation about what that argument was going to be, that connection relationship dynamic that was going to be, because I think if the purpose of that argument was for a lot of reasons, a lot of which had to do with showcasing Sayir's flaws. Not necessarily Lumira's. A little bit, but not as much. Like, it was actually intentionally Sayir doing the thing that he does as part of his character arc. And if you look at the comments in that on that YouTube section, there's 60, which, first of all, there's a lot of comments. And more than half of them are about how misunderstood, sad, and pitiable Sayir is, and how everyone should stop treating him so poorly. So it's important that we had this conversation above the table and know what we're doing as performers, because I think in another universe and angle, that idea might have taken hold over the actual truth of what we're doing as storytellers, might have influenced, manipulated, or potentially overwritten the actual truth of our performance. But having such a strong foundation and being able to talk to each other about it means that we get to go, okay, let's think about this more. Like, let's stay rooted in where we are, right? Let us highlight what is important here. And I see you, Sam. You come on.
Sam be messy. Sam be messy. I agree wholeheartedly, and I'm so absolutely grateful for that, because what that really did was more than anything. Like, we've always had a very open table about being communicative and expressing our wants, our fears, our desires, and all these things together. But it also, wasn't necessarily missed upon me that Sayir was the pitiable one, but Lumira was the antagonist. But we're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there.
Oh, well, we did in dramaturgy.
We're not gonna go there.
In my presence, if I hear anyone say any shit about Sam, about Lumira, you'll be hearing from fucking me, all right, y'all? Hear me out?
But
okay, behave.
I think more than anything else, what I really do appreciate about that, and going back to having that open communication, is that it really did push me and Val to really explore all of the intricacies and nuances that we wanted to express and portray and to see, right, of all of Lumira and where she's coming from, of Sayir and where he's coming from, and like how both of those fit in so nicely together and continue to play out. So yes, open communication 150%, but it also does not hurt to be sitting with people that you not only wholly love and want to see them win on top of you winning as well, but also being comfortable. Hello, sweetness. Of wanting to, where was I got so distracted by cute kitty. Showing the intricacies of that and being able to fully encompass that, but there I was going with it. Sitting at a table with people that you wholly love and trust and know has your back and wants to win, right, is always going to help. You can do so much work and preparation before something along the lines of that. Kai, honey, you're not muted.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I was like, I'm too neurospicy for this. No worries. It's having people being able to explore those types of stories with people that you can completely blindfolded do a trust fall with. Like, I know I can trust fall anybody at this table, and I know for a fact that not only will I not hit the ground, I'll probably bounce back up faster than the way I fell.
This table will fight about who's gonna catch you, and we'll all
It's
catch you
Quite
at the same
literally,
time.
It's true.
I would
Yeah.
honestly, I would fall on a stack of 6 bodies before I actually touch the ground here.
Correct. To kind of add to this, though, like, it's so funny because people think about romantic relationships at the table and they only think of the people involved in those relationships. But one of the best things about being the third member of Nova in these conversations is that I'm brought into them when it's relevant, when it's important for me to also consent as another person telling the story and having any kind of thought or input, not about what the two characters are doing, but like me consenting to, like, yeah, be together. It's an important part of consent, saying, like, are you cool with player characters being together? Because there are people who are not comfortable with that. Are you cool with being a part of these scenes that are deeply romantic and being kind of a third wheel, or being a paternal presence while your children are on the edge of making out, or whatever the fuck is happening? Like, there's
That's what I'm talking
open
about.
conversation. I know, fucking mess. Nova's a mess. But like, to be able to clear it with your table in advance, and not anything that we would ever, not do, just the way that transplanar operates and the way we all operate, but specifically, like, I've seen other tables that don't clear this, and I've seen it go awry. And so it's very important to check in not only with, like, everyone, whether or not they're cool with those relationships happening at the table in general, but also like the tone and timbre of those as well, of like, hey, I'm thinking about having a messy ex relationship with one of the other players, and other people might also experience bleed from that. And so having consent and safety in those conversations and being honest when you give your response about those is all also a part about being able to tell stories about love and romance.
That part too,
I think-
because
Yeah.
so
You go ahead.
just to tack on a little bit, is that it's also really important that if and when things change, or if perhaps you had a different definition of what mess means, because what we talked about with enemies to lovers before, some people don't want an enemy who is ideologically different from them, from their love interest character, right? They actually don't want to grapple with questions of morality, hurt, and harm. They just want the kind of tense, do we or don't we, because we're enemies, right? Which is fine, right? But that is some people's definition of enemies to lovers, where in my head, I'm like, okay, so why do you hate me? Which one of your family members did I kill, and why don't I regret it? Right? Like, strong, right? And that's not okay with some people, but you also have to be able to define those terms for you, and then use safety tools if you are realizing that you you didn't or don't understand those things that have happened, right? That's all. Go ahead, Dare.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's one of my favorite things to do and like be this for people is like also the cheerleader of those. Because like I think it is really easy in a table if you are like one or two people who are championing like a romance, if it feels like the room is putting up with it, it's gonna hamper this, and you're gonna feel like, oh, I should stop talking sooner rather than later, because it feels like everyone is like actively like stopped listening whenever this is happening. And like I've been at
That
this
is so
type of tables where,
disheartening.
Yeah.
it feels really bad.
If it almost feels like I think a lot of people's problem with that, it kind of feels like scene monopolizing or scene stealing in a way, instead of like the whole table yes-anding. So I hear you, girl. I hear you.
Yeah, and like I think especially when it comes to the ways that so many of us are approaching this world from like a degree of marginalization, or these ways of marginalization, where it's like, sure, you may like, if you don't want a romance, that's okay, but like championing this is important to consider, like the other things of like, I am a polyamorous woman. I like to have a relationship where polyamory might happen, right? And like that feels nice when the table is also like, yeah, go ahead. I support this, and not that I'm putting up with it. And that's just a thing I notice sometimes. It's like, be actively engaged in the other what's happening with the other players. It is not just you playing. You are at a table. Engage with that. Support it.
Yeah, it makes like a literal world of difference. The like you said, Dare, the difference between tolerance and enthusiasm. And I have sat at tables that have tolerated dynamics I had said that I was interested in exploring, and I had invited other people to have opinions about in character. No such opinions were necessarily had, simply because I think it was just neutral to like a disinterest. And you're completely right there that if that's the case, I would rather not even explore it, because at that point it is quote unquote scene stealing, because people don't care what's happening in the scene between me and this other person, which feels bad for everyone. It feels bad for me and my scene partner, because I feel like we're monopolizing time that other people wish they were doing something else with. And it feels bad for the other people because they don't really give a damn about what we're doing, and it feels bad for the GM too. Like, it kind of just feels bad for everyone in that situation. So I think like, is even in a home game, like I think it's important for everyone to kind of care about other people's interests and desires. You don't have to be like the biggest fan ever. Like, you don't have to share the same degree of feral enthusiasm, for instance, like for like religious profanity, right? That like one character might be interested in exploring. But I do think that when we talk about the social contract of playing games with each other, I do think that we owe it to each other to invest in each other's stories, even if our characters are not directly involved. And I think there's a difference between a bystander to a scene and an active witness who is like actively listening and watching and like giving energy to and thinking about. And I think that's that'll elevate everyone's role-playing experience.
No, for sure. Because like, this is a thing I've noticed a lot, and been, I mean, in the ongoing conversations that I obviously have opinions of, but will not speak, of like these conversations of like people who scene steal, people who have main character energy, people who take up space. Let us take a moment to observe who all these labels are being levied against, and maybe we will realize what's going on here. But like, what I would wish more tables would do is, even if you do not have the production bandwidth to do the things that Transplaner does, because listen, y'all, we have a lot of stuff we're doing on the back, and like, that is a Transplaner thing, that that's the energy that we invest in our particular productions, right? But it takes time, right? C has basically 3 dramaturgy meetings stacked like one after another in one day.
5,
right?
actually. It's 5.
5.
Because there's
It's
2
5.
there's 2 with Connie on top of that,
Yeah.
as someone
Yeah.
who
Yes.
recently
And then if there's a
learned.
guest, there's 6.
Yeah.
And if there's a guest, there's 6.
This is a lot of time, right, to be having and facilitate, especially if you're a dramaturg like C, to be facilitating these discussions as well, and to create space for these discussions as well. But like, even in productions when you are not doing it, having the mindset of curiosity, of openness, of active listening when characters are coming in. I mean, with Kai and I have been in productions where Kai, it hasn't come out yet, but the show has come out, but Kai's episode hasn't come out yet, where Kai was a guest, and I know nothing about Kai's character, right? Where I'm like, okay, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit here and I'm going to like ferally give energy in the scene that Kai is in, and approach this with a level of curiosity, so that I can yes, and I can like weave in dynamics and feel out the improv and this dynamic that's being built between the both of us, right? As well as with the party. And that's something you can do without the need of like exponential amounts of production value behind the scene. This is something you can do at all of your tables, is to like enter places with a level of curiosity and openness. And I know Kai has good opinions about this. He's about to say.
Well, and I think that it goes back to when you're telling a story at a table in actual play, just in your home game, literally wherever, whenever you are, there has to not only, especially if you're doing romance, which is the general theme of what we're talking about, but also like in general, kind of what Val was talking about, you've got to approach it with love above the table as well. And I think that that gets lost for a lot of people, especially when in the wider hobby, people walk into game stores, play with strangers, leave, and never see those people again. but you got to have a basic level of love and care for the people across the table from you, because they are there to do this thing with you. You are there to do this thing with them. You both are, you and the other person across from you, the GM, everybody that is there at your table is putting love and time and energy into doing this thing. So you may as well love it actively and not just passively, just like any kind of love in a relationship. You got to love it actively. You got to love it when the people across from you are talking. The scene that Val's talking about, I was talking with one-on-one with the GM for like 30 minutes before any of the main cast was in the scene. Like, you got to love the story and the time that it takes to tell it. And thinking about, like, in my offline game, my ongoing 5+ year long home game, I don't have the time to do a day long of dramaturgy with them, but at the same time, like, they can send me messages, and it is an act of love for me to take that information when they send me a feral thought at 3 a.m. because they've been talking with their partner who is also in the game and telling me information. And because I love that game, I receive that note and I take it and I put it into my notes, or I put it into wherever it belongs, because telling a story with other people is about love. And if it's not, maybe you should consider why you do this.
Honestly, you hit it directly kind of on the head for me in no certain way, shape, or form of like, at the end of the day, this specifically, not the hobby in general, but Transplanner RPG, us as a channel, we are an AP. And I, at first, I always think about like our first meeting right before Arc 1 episode 1 where we streamed. And I always hear C in the back of my mind with this, and I hold on it so truly of like, there is no such thing as main character syndrome, right? Like, because so often people are afraid to step in and swing for fear of stepping on somebody else's toes. And this is a collaborative storytelling experience. We all have to be fans of not only just our work, but each other's work and the work that we all do together, right? That not only does that make our story the best it can be, but it ups the enjoyment of the audience as well, too, because this isn't a home game, because we are producing this for people to view and to see at their leisure, right? How many times have you heard people in chat or in general talking about how much they not only love what's happening in the story, but love watching our myriad of faces reacting to what's happening at that time, right? And that's because we're all such big fans of each other and big fans of the story and big fans of what we are doing here together, right? So there's going back to the original question, that's what I wish people got out of is that main character syndrome of scene stealing, because this is a collaborative storytelling game. Like, we're doing this all together off the fucking dome. Yes, we may have some possible outlines of what things are like the specific important beats that we're gonna get, but at the end of the day, the meat and the fucking potatoes comes from us, our improvisation, our perspectives, our stories, and blending all of that in together. So be a fan of not just your work, but be a fan of your friends too. Be a fan of your table. Don't worry about that, because don't worry about scene stealing or anything along the lines of that, because at a table like this, and not to just keep putting Transplanter on like this super high pedestal, but like, this is just like the biggest example of it. In a space like this, none of us are ever going to be like, hey, Val, I think you ate too much of that scene and I didn't get a chance to shine. Hey, Kai, I don't think I got a chance to
Literally
shine.
never. Never been said.
Never happens.
Never.
Why? Because we are so in love and so enamored.
If anything, we're
and
like,
so
shut up,
pumped.
take more.
Please. I can sit and watch Zynon and Artemis speak for 7+ hours, and I'm not
I don't need
kidding.
to be here. I'll just watch.
I don't need to be here.
I don't
could
need to be
watch
here.
an
My
entire
role is
arc
redundant
of just
in
them
this show
two.
so much.
But
Connie's
honestly,
just like,
Connie, big ups to
Honestly,
you.
but
As-
big ups to you
like,
too. We
Yeah.
don't have this. We don't have this stage. We don't have like this set of parameters that's setting this guideline of the story. Without you, we don't have the world. Without you, you are just
also-
as important as the rest of us here.
Yeah.
And having the humility to know when the story is happening and you don't need to
Thank
intervene
you.
because so many GMs do not have
Yeah,
that
I'm like-
knowledge. So
Yeah,
many.
laissez-faire. Just let it. Just how many times have you wanted to get to a certain part or a certain beat that you had plotted, but you never got to it because of what was happening
We
naturally?
will instead be 40 minutes late after
was
stream.
so
like,
good
Yeah.
and was doing so much more of the not the heavy lifting of what, but was doing so much of the explanation of the theme that you were trying to get across that you can just sit back and be a spectator like everybody else.
Yep.
Well, and you let silence happen, which is
Oh,
wild.
yeah.
'cause
Silence is
so
okay.
many people are so allergic to there being silence at their tables.
Silence is okay.
Yes.
Not every second of every AP has to be filled with something. If anything,
Stuff. Yeah.
much
Yeah.
like a television show or a movie or a play script, like there's got to be points of breath. There has to be brevity and chances for what's happening to sink in, to really hit. And sometimes silence is the only outlet for something like that. You kind of just have to let it sit. And how much narratively on point is it to let that sit there in that silence and be like, and then we move on to the next one. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you are a fan of your friend's work and your friends are a fan of your work and you're all there together, don't worry about monopolizing anything. That's not
I have an additional thought that like plus ones, yes ands what you're saying, Sam, is I think I have been very blessed and grateful and lucky to have been able to sit at really great tables, including this one, and to share a lot of creative spaces with like truly very collaborative, extremely talented, very fun, dramatic, and skilled improvisers, performers, players, storytellers. So I have also had some really negative experiences at tables. And I have had the misfortune of, I think, playing with people who kind of suck. Like, not to put too fine a point on it. And I think when we talk about like the term main character syndrome, I think it is important to distinguish between, in my opinion, pro-social main characterness and anti-social main characterness. Because I think when people, in my best faith reading of when people use main character syndrome, they tend to be referring to, and this is a generalization, but it is something I have seen in my, at this point, very long career as a GM, tends to be men, mostly cis men, who come to the table wanting to play like Deadpool or like their own like edgelord OC, and they genuinely don't care about other people and their stories. They don't care about showing up and being a good collaborative player and sharing their toys basically with the rest of the table, and they basically tune out when other people are talking, and they only tune back in when their character is in the scene, or they just like do stuff to center their own character. And I think that's where a lot of this term main character syndrome probably developed from, is like this guy who kind of sucks at like your local game store who shows up for game nights, and because of his like suffocating presence, like chokes out other people and causes other people to leave the table. And like maybe like leave the hobby as a whole. oftentimes this syndrome is like accompanied by like racism and sexism and transphobia. Like it's very, very, very classically accompanied by that. I'm actually thinking of a Tumblr post actually I saw the other day about how TTRPGs have a white male terrorism problem. And I would say that like, and wargaming. Yeah, it's a whole, yeah. Yep. And how for like, do more white guys play TTRPGs because it's just a white guy thing? Or is it because people of color step into a game store, they see who's there, they hear the sexist jokes that they're cracking at the table, and they decide this isn't a space for me and leave? And, anyway. So I think my best faith reading of this, like just to add some like, some hashtag complications, would be this. I think that is really different from when people sling main character syndrome at people who are trying to pro-socially engage at the table. People who bring interesting ideas, who are interested in collaborating with other people, who are interested in gestating and incubating interesting storylines, interesting character arcs, not just for their PC, but also for the GM to like elevate the themes and to play off of the themes and conflicts that the GM is interested in bringing to the table, and also what other players are bringing to the table. But often this term is thrown around when other players at the table who are maybe like, I guess like less roleplay inclined, or maybe like less experienced, or like maybe that's just not how they engage at the table. They then feel like that's an attack on their playstyle, or they feel like that means that person who's bringing all of this energy and bringing all of these connections are like try to steal their thunder or something. But that's really not what's happening. It's an open hand, but they take the open hand as like an act of like, I don't know. Maybe they don't even see the fact that the hand is splayed because they've never had that before in their life. So they're unable. I don't know. So I think there's a really big difference between like the way we use this term.
There's also a perception.
Yeah. Yes.
I think there's a perception for sure about like quote unquote stealing thunder, and I mean, I'd have to sit down and like look at a bunch of actual plays and like study it, but it does feel like that it may be perceived as like focus and scene structure should only look like one person is at the core or at the center of it, and therefore if someone's doing it invitationally, it's seen as they're just like striking out on their own rather than, oh no, this is a shared moment, perhaps. Like it feels like folks are, like you said, are not seeing the hands splayed out for like co-sharing a scene. And perhaps there's a perception in APs that like things should at any given point, any given arc, any given session should revolve around specific people, and that's it.
I blame Western storytelling to be completely honest with you. I'm so sorry. See, I saw your blue thing up, but it was,
keep going. I can wait.
It was right there. I blame a lot of Western storytelling because in the West, we are it's capitalistic, right? It's so individualist. It's such a me over everybody else. I have to get mine before anybody else gets theirs, or nobody else is allowed to get theirs because I have to get mine first type of deal, that it almost seems as if this is such an oversimplification of it. But like that that metaphor where people are talking about like equal rights and like how it's not pie and like you're like how, or something along the lines of that, like if it's like if everybody gets their fair share, then it's less for me to have on the back end. I think that's where a lot of this comes from. It's like the more time that you take from me on your own shit is less time that I have to become my fully realized self. Go ahead, C. That was just what I wanted.
Yes. So Connie gave the best faith interpretation of main character syndrome. and I don't know how much I want to say about it. But I think you're exactly right, Sam. There's a scarcity mindset to it. Jovi used the term in chat, and I can't agree more. The like scarcity mindset. I will say, as a dramaturg and as kind of the audience liaison to this show, and as somebody who watches other actual play, The number one note I have across any and all shows that I've ever been in, participated in, or watched is I wish people stepped up more. Every time across the board, how many times have I given that note to all of you?
Now. I was about to say, you tell us that now.
Yeah.
You're so good at it.
All the time.
Even from Arc 1, you're so good at it, but I still give the note sometimes.
But one of my
Last
favorite notes you ever
dramaturgy, we
gave
heard
us
it.
was one of my favorite notes you ever gave though was I'd rather you step on on each other's toes than be silent.
Yes.
And I think if you've watched our
Yes.
shows long
think
enough,
about it
you
a
would
lot.
see that we do it all the time.
Mhm. Mhm. It is so much easier to work with more material than it is to work with no material. If you're sitting here giving nothing, then how is there going to be any show to engage with, to analyze, to craft, to structure, to take into dramaturgy meetings and do something with, right? Like, it's just not possible. And I think that kind of outside of the like edgy loser dude idea of main character syndrome, I hate it. And my meanest take, my worst faith take, is that it is a projection of, because tabletop culture comes from nerd culture, it is a projection of people who are nerds, who have felt othered, who are usually in some ways socially awkward or socially anxious, which so am I, right? But will then project a lot of negativity onto people who they consider to be more popular, take up more space, more energetic. It's kind of the classic like projection of your high school bully onto somebody who is literally just there trying to have fun with you. I see it a lot, all the time. It's really bad. And I think that happens way more in the actual play space than I think a lot of people would like to admit.
That happens in
there's
nerddom,
like-
see?
Yeah.
Oh
How
my God,
many
in
times have
nerddom
people, have you
constantly.
mentioned about like, how many times have you said, oh, I like this anime, and then had some random person quiz you about the anime like you don't know what it is
My
you're
God.
talking about? Like that's literally the
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like, I've had experiences, especially like playing games outside of like the tabletop space TM, where if you bring like the fact that I am someone with experience in the space, people will try to move out of my way, and it's like, no, I am same as you in this table. Like, I want to also hear your stories. Just because you can see my work somewhere does not mean that I am more valid as a storyteller than you in this table, in this moment. We are sharing this. I want you to be here
Because-
too.
Yes, because it's an internal projection. The people who are doing the main character syndrome, which again, I fucking hate. And I know all of you motherfuckers who say that about me. Go fuck yourself.
Get him,
so-
see.
Right?
You're right,
Listen,
though.
go fuck yourself.
and I'll fight
Um,
you. Not even fuck yourself. I'll fight you. I will fight you.
Hmm.
I'm so serious. I will fight you.
Because if I can't, the only person I am, I control me, right? I don't control what you do at the table. I have made open invitations for you to step forward. I have left space, but I'm also an actual play performer. If the table is silent, and we've talked about the value of silence, I'm not talking about a valuable silence. I'm talking about an awkward silence. I'm talking about a long silence.
Minutes later.
I'm talking about like, minutes later, I'm going to say something. And I'm going to invite you into the scene. But if you can't meet me there, then that is a you problem and not a me problem. Because we are the main characters. If you're not the main character, then who are you? Then why do I care what you're doing here? Then why do I give a fuck about you? And it's not about being the main character, like being a perfect antagonist. It's being who the story's about. It doesn't mean anything about what type of character, because you could be an edgy bastard and be the main character. Hi, Oka, but they're part of they're the main character, Right? You can also be the gentle, who's a main character. You can be the Voska, who's a main character, right? It doesn't matter. Just your existence, no matter what type of arc or archetype you're playing, is the main character. Otherwise, why the fuck should I watch your actual play show? To watch you do storytelling for 4 hours? What are we doing here? What are we doing?
For real though. No, seriously. No,
Real.
but see, you're so fucking real about that too. Because like, is that not screenwriting, playwriting, television writing, book writing in general? What is the first thing when you're starting any type of story? Who are you talking about? What is happening? And more specifically, and this is coming from my screenwriting background, and kind of you can, hype on that, is why are we following this person on this day at this specific time? What is it? What is the point of this right now that we are following that will lead us through to the end of what it is that the story that we're trying to tell?
Correct.
You don't have a fucking story if you don't have those bare basic concepts in the beginning. Period.
Yeah. And really quick, Kai, before you jump in, my other question is, can you imagine going to a dance performance where the other dancers didn't dance because one person had a solo in the middle of it?
Just standing in the background swaying like grass in the breeze.
Being like, oh, they're such a main character. They're doing a solo. It doesn't matter that I have one planned for next season. They're doing their solo now. So I just shouldn't dance. And they took up all the time on the stage. It's for the show! It's for the show! Oh my god. In my opinion, there should be episodes that focus on one character more strongly than the others. It's balance. Yes. You make sure that when that happens, the other characters get that same spotlight. It's a long form story. Sorry. Okay. Go ahead.
No,
Kai.
please.
This is, I don't know.
Mine is to take it one step away from TTRPGs and actual play for a second. As a person who had someone try and ruin my life because they thought I had too much main character syndrome as a person, you are the main character of your life. You are. You're the main character of your life. Fight? Hey, guess what? Oh, we don't speak to them anymore. That's fine. But like the true story is that like the first advocate for you is gotta be you. And I know some people struggle with that. And I empathize with that endlessly, but being your own advocate doesn't involve putting other people down. And at the end of the day, that's all I see that derogatory main character syndrome being thrown around about is people who have not figured out how to be the main character of their own story. And so like, it is about confidence. It's about knowing yourself. It's about all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, it is also about not projecting your negative feelings about yourself, your experiences in your life on people that maybe you other or you put into categories and belittle, because those people are still people and they're the main characters of their stories. And so again, it goes back to like having love and kindness for the other people that you're doing things with. But in general, as a person who's been attacked in fandom spaces and definitely been called to someone with main character syndrome in the TTRPG space, like fine. Because my solution to the real world version of that was that person had a toxic opinion of me. And I feel that way when people say that about people at TTRPG tables as well, is that you should fix your heart. This is not a me problem.
And
I'll just
might
keep
I
winning
say
the Audio Fiction World Cup. But anyway, sorry.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
I know that's motherfucking right. I know that's right.
I feel like we deserve to say that.
Right.
We deserve to be a little arrogant.
Say it louder.
And I will just say, I noticed the trend of who keeps calling whom main character in the actual play space. I keep noticing that it's very often queer and trans, very often people of color on the receiving end of that accusation. And it's very much, I don't know. I'm like, I think it's. Okay, no, that's a mean thought that I need to keep indoors. I need to keep indoors.
But I think that I think you're onto something there, Connie, where there is like data to back up the idea that white people will assume like that they will see a fraction, like a 1/4 of black people in the room as 1/2, or as 3/4, when that is literally statistically not true, right?
Yes.
Like,
Oh, triggered.
Absolutely. Yeah. Whew.
Just
Like,
in general,
our-
folks, pay
our-
attention to who things are levied against, in particular, in any of these conversations.
That should
and
always
that should
be
tell you stuff.
that will all when I tell you 99.99999% of time, it will always point to exactly what the fuck it looks like if you interrogate it past just a second.
Yep. Especially at scale, especially if there's a pattern across multiple different situations and it's not just a one-off incident, because it's not. I see it pretty consistently. But yeah. Great discussion so far, everyone. I'm loving this energy we're bringing. I think we've been streaming for almost 2.5 hours, so I think we should take a quick break. maybe give our audience and ourselves a quick break. 5 or 10 minutes. We're going to be back. And when we come back, we're going to wrap up this section. And also, I'm going to introduce something I'm really excited about. I've put together a lightning round. A lightning round of many questions that I want each of you to answer as your characters. As your Chaos Protocol characters. It's about
I have to answer a
romance
question.
and love and connection. That's right. It's lightning round. Okay, but we're going to be back in just about 10 minutes.
Fucking heinous.
Wait.
When we come back, I want to talk about sex in tabletop RPGs.
Oh, please.
Okay,
Yes,
please.
we should.
Okay, yeah, okay, then we're gonna talk about sex, and then we're gonna have a lightning round. Lovely, okay. Lightning round of what? Okay, cool. We're gonna be back in just about 5-10 minutes. Grab a water, get up, stretch your fingers, your toes. You see, I'm talking about you. Stretch your broken little fingers.
Don't
Get
string
some
your
water.
fingers too hard.
Use the bathroom,
No.
get a snack.
See, that is so. Every time I see it, it's so sad. It's just like,
Wait, see, show everyone your
hello,
shirt.
friends.
Oh yeah, you gotta show off your shirt. You're muted, but
You're muted.
So do I. See, so do I.
we love hot moms.
I also love hot moms.
I thought this was Savers.
They found
On
it
the
at
rack.
Savers.
Savers.
Savers?
Yeah.
Savers.
Yeah, we had to get
That
it. It was like
rocks.
$3.
Whoever left that,
They're lost my
terrible
game.
idea. They're lost 100%.
Tiansheng wears it. So I don't know where I was going.
Everyone go for a break.
Okay, all right. Love
Gotta
you all.
go, actually.
All right. Bye. See you in 10. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the back half of our special Valentine's Day community stream. Hello. Sadly, Dare had to step away and will not be joining us for the back half of the stream, but maybe popping in chat every now and then to stay abreast of what is happening in the conversation. Just as a reminder, we may or may not come back with Chaos next weekend. We will touch and go and see how things develop with C's surgery recovery. And we will keep you up.
We'll see how C goes.
No. We'll see how C goes.
Yeah,
that's
we'll
right.
We'll see how C goes.
We certainly will. But before we hop back into the conversation, just a reminder of content warnings for this discussion, just to keep aware of and on top of. So, Transplanar RPG deals with content that may be triggering to some viewers, and this community stream may include discussions of romance and dating, intimacy, sex, complex and complicated relationships, oppression, discrimination, bigotry, fantasy violence, ghosts, grief, death of loved ones, and apocalypse. And due to the live nature of this stream, more content warnings may be added as the conversation continues. Our incredible mods will be posting these content warnings in chat every now and then, and if you are in the Twitch stream, you can access these content warnings at any time at exclamation point CW. Type exclamation point CW in the chat box. I don't know why I had a brain fart right there. I was like, huh? What is the... Anyway. Okay. Sex. Let's talk about it. See?
Well,
Thoughts?
that's one hell of a transition.
From content warnings to sex.
Thanks.
I feel it is important because I saw something in chat and I wanted to say something about it. And I'm kind of circling back to a topic that we were talking about earlier, which was about what stories marginalized people are able to see themselves or participate in. So in that example, we were talking about the super princess romance, right? Like who is allowed to be desirable, beautiful, seen as wanted, right? To be pined over, to be lusted over, and to get a happy ending, right? Like we're kind of talking about that. And I think I also want to, something that somebody brought up in chat was that not every relationship in media needs to be sexual, which is 100% true. And also, I think it is also really important to be aware of the current media landscape that we're in right now, with huge amounts of censorship, particularly of sex online. And more specifically targeting trans and queer sex online, globally, not just in one globally, across the board, everywhere. So I think it is really important that while we on Transplanar all do show lots and lots of different relationships where people who are romantically involved are never seen having sex, where people who have been together for a long time are never seen having sex, are not referenced to have been having sex with each other. And there's a lot of fruitful negative space to see what you want for yourself in those characters. And I think it's really important, and it's really important to me, that we do see characters having sex on Transplanar. It's actually really crucially important to me that there are scenes that are explicit sex scenes where we're like, yeah, these two characters are having sex. And it is actually really important that they're doing that at the table and also above the table. Again, because of the general media landscape in regards to sex across the board being hyper penalized, hyper analyzed, and censored in far, far, far greater numbers than we've seen in recent history, it's really actually quite important. And it means a lot to me that we get to do that. And we get to be like, yeah, no, there's some queer fun sex happening here, because sex is not evil, right? And for me as a person who... my sexual identity is nobody's business, but it is also very complicated.
Correct.
And demi-romanticism is also is kind of the closest thing that one might grasp toward if I was going to talk about my relationship in shorthand, right? I think there's a lot of interesting and open space to be able to think and talk about sex from a aromantic or asexual perspective. And this is something we talk about in fandom not infrequently, how a lot of really great smut writers are airways, which is really fucking cool. And I think the reason for that is that there is a deeper level of engagement with what
honestly,
No,
relationships.
you're so right, though.
No,
you know?
but you're 100% right, and I'm kind of in the same boat that you are in that lens of queer and trans sex is being so explicitly censored as of right now, right? And I think one of the most harmful things you can do is not give that bridge of opportunity, if that makes any sense, of not having people that are not only just this is happening and that this can happen, that this exactly does exist, but also trying to see the nuances of where these things lie, and see something that is not typically seen, but also as well to give representation to things that are not explicitly shown and seen or admired in that regard. And I think of it, I'm thinking in terms of Lumira right now, and how Lumira is intrinsically a part of me. And so there's bits and pieces. There's a lot of Lumira, a lot of me that is in Lumira and is explicitly expressed. And one of the things about Lumira, obviously, this is all chaos spoilers, is that Lumira, that's one of the ways how she processes. Whether or not that's legitimate processing or not is still kind of up for debate and still kind of being worked out. But that is genuinely, she is very physical with the people that she loves. And Sam, am that way as well too. A lot of my love language is physical touch. If I deem you close enough with me and important enough to me and highly regarded in my life, I am a lot more physical in my affection towards you. I'm a hugger, I'm a leaner, like you know what I'm saying? Like that those are things of me. And like I said, one of my love languages specifically is physical touch, like that there's something that is very deeply, and like I said, it's probably a lot more things that I probably should unpack, and if I did, it would probably go a little bit more deeper than what I'm talking on right now. But me personally, and especially playing a black queer woman, and there's already so much that is built in to, and not something that I put on it, but just societally, expectationally, there's already so much that's put on being a Black woman, right? Being Black, being a woman that is Black, being queer that is Black, being trans that is Black, right? There's so many built-in levels to that to where I think one of the most beautiful things is to put that type of love, not even just that type of love, but that type of intimacy on a pedestal. And yes, it may not be for everybody because everybody is different. Some people don't put that type of what's the word I'm looking for? Don't put that type of emphasis on those type of things. But that's a story that I want to tell. That is me intrinsically in the story that I am telling. And in that story, that is an extremely important part. And not only that, too, but the way it's done about. It's not everybody. Lumira has very specific, again, I'm talking for Lumira. Lumira has very specific what's the word? What is the word I'm thinking of? It's she doesn't let everybody in. No pun intended, right? It is it, it behind her sexual activity or what have you, there has always been some type of very deep, intricate meaning or layer that's been laid behind it. Like her entire relationship, spoilers for arc 2 of the Chaos Protocol, but her and her entire thing with Zherling was quite literally in the midst of her processing losing the love of her life, right? Like there was so much of that was tied into it fruitfully at that, which is what I'm even more grateful for, because it could have just been seen as if like her sleeping her way to ignore her feelings, but there was a lot of upfront confrontation of the thing that she was trying to fight, trying to ignore, trying to push aside, that was deeply intrinsically tied in that relationship that was happening.
Mhm.
And I
The
think
fact
that's
that
important
Zherling
too.
asks, Zherling asks, who were you thinking? Like, who were you thinking of that whole time? But she doesn't say it with judgment or anger or accusation because she was also thinking about someone
She was
else
doing
that
the
whole
same
time.
thing.
She was doing the same thing, and that kind of relationship is very rarely seen, invested in, and delivered
Mhm.
upon in such a nuanced, careful way where they clearly do care about each other, right? They like come to care deeply for each other. But it's also this part of processing and grief and history and losing this person that they like have both lost at this point, right? That's really, really important. Kai, I feel like you wanted to say something. I don't know if
I
I'm just looking at your
do.
face and
No, you're so good.
yeah, go
You
for
can
it.
read my mind. I mean, like, there's a lot to be said for going back to what we were talking about sinners, and just about like people who aren't allowed to be seen as sexy and desirable in just who they are, and kind of tying into my rant too about like let mask people be into mask people and have to be masculine about it. Like I have my like complaints about like on a creative level about Heated Rivalry, but Heated Rivalry was about a queer Japanese man who was allowed to be very masculine and allowed to be very in love with a man and be like textually gay. Which I gotta tell you all, that doesn't exist in media. Like there's fetishized versions of that in anime and things like that. But as far as like actually a masculine man in love with a masculine man, it like rewrote my brain. And like criticisms aside about like Hudson Williams being Korean, like the show textually is about a Japanese character. And I was like, wow, that's wild. Because that's actually what got me to watch the show, because I've been like dragging my feet and I don't have a lot of time to watch a lot of media. But someone told me that he in the show is Japanese Canadian. I went, what? I must understand what they did here now, because they don't tell stories about masculine, queer, like honestly, East Asians in general. Um, in my experience, um, especially in Western media, let alone like actually giving it nuance and complication. Um, and to that end, like it's something that I pursue actively at the table and things like that is I like playing sexual, masculine, like between me playing it and like maybe how like I might design the character, Asian men. I play a lot of Asian masculine people who are sexually interested. Sometimes not, but like Zeinen is a love letter to the fact that we exist. Asian people exist and can be whatever kind of sexual we want to be. And there's a reason why Zeinen doesn't have, holdups and things like that. Like he also, like Lumira, like seeks out certain kinds of partners, but sometimes it is literally like for fun. And that's okay. And there's no judgment in it. And I do it because I love who he is as someone who loves that kind of intimacy and is actually like hungry for it. And it's why you see it everywhere.
In a way, it's kind of like reclamation, right? It's like this thing where we're consistently so othered and not deemed as desirable, not deemed as worthy, not deemed as somebody that is fully capable of handling, or even, being a part of that those types of relationships where it is like it's me specifically holding true to that. This is me stating that not only am I worthy of this type of love, any type of love whatsoever, but I'm also desirable, whether you think so or not, right? Like I am also all of these myriads of different things, and coming as and more specifically being a Black person and a Black woman, more specifically, how we are always consistently over sexualized, or hyper or made hyper masculine without any of those nuances, that this is more of me giving myself that grace, giving a Black woman that grace to be all of these different things, to hold that and to say to hell with it. This is exactly how I feel I should be loved, how I feel I should give love out. Like how this is all of these things that are blended in together. This is me taking all of that negative shit back and pushing back on it, and giving another idea, giving another multitude to it, giving another angle to that.
Do it with such style, Sam.
Personally. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet.
I have several thoughts resonating off of what everyone has been saying. One is to plus one, Sam, what you mentioned about the representation of it all. And I'm thinking about how, growing up, especially like when I was like coming into my adolescence and when I was starting to experiment with like the sexual side of my sexuality, there was no media representation for the kind of sexuality that I was at the time. And I continued to be in a lot of ways, which was like a butch, like butch for butch, kind of like tomboy, like queer Chinese person. Can you name like a single mainstream piece of media, or even non-mainstream, where there's like an actual butch for two butch Chinese people? Where? And like no, like not even in mainland China. Like it's hard to find that sort of like art and that sort of representation. It's really difficult because growing up, I also really femininity had always been wielded as a weapon against me, to fit me inside a particular box and to control me.
Ooh, speak
as
on it.
Someone who was like deemed a woman, deemed a girl. It was like a specific box, like an inferior box to masculinity and maleness. A kind of masculinity that even, when I was young, I tried to access in a lot of ways because it was a part of my identity as a tomboy person, as a butch person. But I would never, be able to perform enough or like a man because I wasn't a man, and I'm still not a man. I'm not a trans man. But my relationship, I think, to masculinity and butchness, I oh my goodness, what is the name of the stand-up comic? I forget her name, but she has a really, really funny joke. She's a butch lesbian, and she talks about like how like men are always like, what? Why do you dress like that? Why do you act like that? You want to be a man? You want to be a man? Why do you want to be a man so bad? And she's like, yeah, because fellas, you need role models. Okay, you need better role models. That's how I feel. Like
so
I get to
That's so
define.
feral, but that's so real.
That is so good.
And I think I'm at a place, you know, with my gender journey where I recognize femininity as something that I am able to like access and I'm interested in exploring for myself, but from a perspective that isn't so drenched in the imprisoning bars of specifically sexism and patriarchy.
Yes.
You know, one of my
Yes,
first, I think,
Connie.
like awakenings, like social justice awakenings, was feminism specifically. And I continue to this day to be a feminist and to like advocate for feminism, like specifically, and to use that term with a lot of pride and to not strip it of its recognition that women are disproportionately affected by sexism and trans women in particular and trans feminine people. And to the point where I'm like, I never was the kind of person that like hated girly things in a way to try to be superior and not like other girls, which I know was like a journey for a lot of people. But in particular for me, it was more so that it just felt wrong for me. But I never really thought of it as inferior to myself either. I was like fiercely proud of being a girl because I hated society that said I was lesser for being a girl. So there was a lot of pride in claiming that label too. And it's like an interesting place with my like transness now of like, do I claim this label because I have so much pride attached to like the struggles I went through when that label applied to me that I feel like I would almost be doing my girl self a disservice by no longer calling myself a girl in a lot of ways. So like it's complicated. And then there's sex. And where do we find the representation? Where do we find the meaning? Where do we find the processing for any of this? Within ourselves, I suppose. We have to make the art, which is why I'm also so like I'm also fiercely pro-sex, pro-filth, pro-erotica, pro-eroticism and sexuality and fucking for the sake of fucking. I'm into that. I like that because I never, you know, the people who got to do that were straight people. We're straight cis people. We never see like trans people, especially not trans
Straight
people
cis
of
men.
color. Straight cis men. Probably not with other straight cis men. Though I would like to see that.
Please.
Yeah, but you're so right, Sam. From the perspective, right, when we talk about the male gaze, so much of this sex, you know, and porn too is specifically filtered through that male gaze of like, well, even in this situation,
1,000,000%.
yeah, it's about the pleasure of the man. It's about the sexual experience of the cis white man. And anything else is an other act, is a strange act, is like an act that is outside of the norm. And because of that, it is demonized, monsterized, fetishized, exoticized, like all of these things, like all at once, which is like so much to deal with all the time. So
That is
even in like the queer media that I saw it, like as soon as you see queer media out, it's like the next, it's like the marginalizations like narrow only slightly, because then you're thinking of like, okay, white men, white gay men, or like white gay cis men, or like white gay cis women. And they're all, and the women
Both
are
with
always
long brown hair.
They're both
And
it's
really
the blonde and the
define
brunette.
gender
Conventionally
roles
attracted with
still,
long-
even
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It's femme for femme, you know, like in a lesbian context, right? Or like a willow, a sapphic context. And I think there's a lot of power in showing things that aren't that. Showing the true, because if in the queer communities that I actually frequent in real life, there is such a diversity of body types, of relationships to sex and sexuality, of configurations of monogamy and polyamory, of configurations of like family and kinship systems. It's just so different. The world, reality is diverse. Media and mainstreamness and these, hegemonic ways of telling stories are actually extremely narrow. And I think because human sexuality, emphasis on the sex part of sexuality is so broad, I feel like we are missing out on such a huge huge spectrum of the human experience if we do not explore sex in our art. And I'm not saying you have to, especially if, that's not something that's interesting to you for any reason, because it's very personal. All art is personal, of course. But I do think that everyone, even if you have your own like personal hangups or like anything, like reasons for being repulsed by sex or anything like that, you still need to be okay with it in art and to champion it and to fight for it. And I feel about this the same way that I feel about being a child-free person. I am someone who never wants to have children. I don't ever want to have kids. I'm not interested in rearing kids, but I also recognize the importance of being someone who is able to be in a community with children. I think it is my duty and my moral obligation as someone who wants to be in a community to know basic child care practices in case a neighbor of mine needs help child rearing, or like because children are a part of a community. Even though I never ever 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 want to have kids of my own, I still will
and
go
honestly,
to bat
the
for
most
youth rights.
oppressed, if you think about it.
Yes.
Too.
Yes.
Real.
Yes.
Youth
Like
rights
they are
Children
the
so
ones
fucking
that
important.
don't have any type of they don't have any type of respect. They don't get any type of autonomy. They don't get to have any type of opinion that is their own, that is not completely and totally frameworked by the people or the community around them that raises them.
Well, and like especially when the support structure for them is their parents, and their parents are not supported, their community may or may not support them. Like children are so left to the wind. They're usually the first ones to suffer when a community suffers.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's very
Correct.
true. And children are so powerless. They can't vote. They can't do anything. They are literally property of their parents. It's really awful. And
Can't make decisions.
No, they can't make decisions.
About
They're not
anything in
seen
their
as
life.
full people. They're an extremely marginalized and oppressed class. And they are like a class that everyone,
How many
if
times
they get
does a
to,
child
can age out of. But yeah, but because children,
Yeah.
is the only class that over time you age into then the oppressing class, right? That of adults, right? The class with power. So I think it is our duty as anyone who's like an adult or not a child to, be responsible for children. And I feel about this similarly to how I feel about sex. So that is, all. Go ahead, C.
Oh, the lag is getting wild, but I very much agree with what you're saying, Connie, which is that I think it's really important to be very clear about how we talk about what we want in our art, especially around sex, because, and I'm gonna take our chat again, just because I think it's an important lesson, and it's really important to think about what are we actually talking about, right? Are we talking about straight cis people having sex just for sex sakes to uphold cis heteronormativity, or are we talking about sex that anyone, like sex in queer relationships, sex in trans relationships, right? Like, what are we actually talking about? And is what you're saying aligned with censorship, right? Because we have to be really, really careful about what we say. If we say things like, I want to see less sex, who is that hurting then? Like how is that going to be used as a weapon? It's very different from saying, like, I'm tired of seeing cis heteronormative depictions of sex in media. Those two things are very, very different. And I think it would behoove us to be very careful with how we talk about that. Because again, name me butch for butch sex in any piece of media that's not transplanar RPG.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, I was gonna say transplanter, and then you took it right from me.
Especially
that
butch
show.
for
Like,
butch, where
legit-
they're not both like really skinny and thin, and
Yeah.
and,
Yes,
like
Male
specifically-
gazy, just like
Yeah.
How about any media with two black lesbians?
oh please. No, you can name it though. If you name it in chat, it's just for research. It's for science.
Go ahead.
No, but like legit.
And that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chat's kind of
ahead.
silent.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like ain't
Chat
nobody
is
say nothing.
silent, no.
Don't exist.
and sex is not a moral. I think that's actually, sorry, I remember that's the other point I want to make. Relationships based off sex are also not bad. It actually it can lean into, again, does that phrase value, or does that phrase align with censorship, and does it align with slut shaming, right? Because let's be very clear here, there is no problem with people having a lot of meaningless sex. And that is very frequently demonized, used as a cudgel, specifically against women, right? So I think it's important how we talk about what we want to see in our own journey seeking representation for ourselves, right? Because you never want to punch down on somebody who is trying to express their own journey, their own sexuality, right? And I think that's it's important how we talk about that, and it's important the way that we are very careful with how we engage in our community, right? Because it can very quickly lead to like, okay, we don't want to see any sex. I guess then we will never see any butch for butch sex. We will the media conglomerates will continue to say censorship is what people want, right? It will continue to not be able to access anything close or remotely close to that. You know?
I can say I probably would have made a lot of
slut-shaming.
less harmful
Having a lot of
decisions as a teen that was growing into a child. I probably would have made a lot less harmful decisions if there was not such stigma and taboo and things like that around it. Like, in order to have and to kind of go back to what you were talking about earlier, Connie, in relation to identifying strongly as a feminist. I don't. And here's the thing. I consider myself a womanist. A womanist is a term that was created by a Black lesbian because it intrinsically ties into how often Black women are left out of the feminism narrative. And so it's always even with the queer community and trans people, it's like, let me get my rights and y'all sit back off to the side. And then once I get my rights, once I get my marriage equality, then we can talk about accepting you as a person, right? It's very much that is that is very much tied into it. So in relation to that, and because I'm so, yes, I am gender fluid. And I was talking about this with Kai and some friends in a home stream, a home game, is that there's a very specific reason why she is the primary pronoun that I use, because I have such strong ties and relationships to my Black womanhood, because I had to fight for that respect for so long. I had to fight for that visibility for so long. I had to fight to be seen as a real, as a whole, as complete, as a desirable, as a worthy person in that role, that I can never get rid of it. I can never look down on it. I can never see anything wrong in relation to that, because of how hard not only I had to fight, but everybody that came before me. It's not just me. It's not just me that had to fight for that visibility, that had to fight for that desirability, to had to fight for that worthiness. It's a whole long line of Black women that came before me and that will come fucking after me as well too, that I hold that title for. So in order for me to feel, I don't want to say whole, because I do feel whole. I feel whole with everything that I've learned and know about myself now, and admiring that and holding true to that. I think that in a lot of that goes right back into what I was talking about before, and reclamation of that. As a child, I was always told, well, what do you know about that? You're a child. You don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand that. You won't get it till you're older. And even I find myself doing that now as an adult to the children around me, which I need to stop, because it really takes away that autonomy and that oh so important learning transition into becoming an adult from a child, of finding out what's right and wrong for that. Yes, I do understand. I do get it. It may not be to the full, complete, and total context of how you may understand it, but it's in my world's perception of understanding. That doesn't make it any less than. That doesn't make it any, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make what I see and understand as wrong as opposed to you, because you got 15 plus years on me. Like, I can take that and learn with it and keep that in the back, but it can't overpower what my now is, if that makes any sense. I lost the point
No,
somewhere
no,
in there.
you make a ton of
You're
sense.
on it.
You make an absolute
Yeah.
ton of sense. And to piggyback off of what C said earlier, like in the same vein of please pay attention to like what words are being levied against particular groups and how it affects particular groups. At the same time, you should also be considering what phrases, what permissibility you are giving and who does it serve, right? If the thing that you say about the visibility of sexual content serves a particularly conservative, particularly censorship like sensibilities, then there's something that needs to be reckoned with there, right? Like that's something you have to like think about and reckon with actively. Um, and to kind of like piggyback off of everybody and what everyone has already said so eloquently, I'm at a table with brilliant people, and I'm so grateful and humbled to be at this table all the time. Uh, as a South Indian man, right? Like showcasing, especially with Sayir, because Voska's storyline is vastly different than Sayir's storyline. But even with Voska, to be able to portray a character of a feminine quality that I've always adored and respected and wanted to portray with such elegance and dignity, right? It was super important for me to also in line with canon and storytelling that Connie had pulled me into, to kind of like be able to be like, yeah, Voska Voska is hot. Voska is desirable. Voska indeed has sex, right? She is extremely selective, but yes, and she has her own like degrees and ideas of like intimacy and things like that. But like that is like it is important that I showed a quote unquote like prim and proper, elegant woman in this way. It was so important that we saw her this way, and it was also so important that so many people of various backgrounds and various sort of like sexual romantic leanings felt an attraction to her. I think that was super important also. With regards to Sayir, in light of uh, a hyper masculinized, hyper muscular to the point of like being extremely ripped body types being idolized and put onto a pedestal, in light of Indian men being seen as more bestial, being seen as other, of being seen as dirty and monstrous and angry and nothing else, of hard, of a hardness, right? Like it was so important for me for Sayir to be seen as and to portray Sayir as a fat, like South Indian, darker skinned South Indian man who is hairy, who is monstrous, who is bestial, right? But that is not a stain upon his character. It is not uh, a way to undermine his humanity, and that he does have romantic and sexual relationships and is in fact like non-monogamous, as we have spoilers for Chaos Protocol. Like it is heavily alluded that Sayer is non-monogamous, right? And it's so important to me to be able to portray this character this way because I don't get this character in any facet, similar to the rest of my cast members. We don't have that sort of representation. Like I remember us having another community stream where I believe it was Connie. Connie asked me, "Oh, who would be the actor to play Sayer?" And I'm like, "I'm so sorry, I don't know any trans mask Indian actors. I don't. I'm sure they exist, but I don't know who they are. I don't know, and I don't. And even if they do exist, I don't know if any of them are fat. I don't know if any of them are South Indian specifically and not just North Indian, which has its own political, geocultural like burden and dynamic in of itself, right? Like I we don't have that. And it was so meaningful to me, spoilers for arc 3, of being able to have Sayer and Ying He have that moment, right? Of like, yes, there is something likely sexual, likely extremely intimate happening between Sayer and Ying He in arc 3 between an East Asian person and a South Indian person, right? That is so deeply important to me and so deeply cool because where the hell am I going to get that? Max and I, my husband and I, are like on our knees begging for a like just a gay romance between like a white man and like a non-white person where they are not just like two skinny twinks, right? Like already even that I can't have. Even the interracial element we can't have. Like we even between my husband and I we can't see representation of like our particular love and our particular romantic dynamic of like what what hope do I have for like someone like Sayer in these particular dynamics. But here in Transplanar, we're able to do that, and that's why stories about sex and stories about intimacy in this way really, really matters.
I
Well, and
love
to
Sayer
kind of
because
oh
he's butte thick,
oh yeah,
personally.
real.
I love you, Sam.
In on that, Val, like genuinely,
Personally. Ah.
genuinely, like it's older than you and Max, obviously, but like specifically mixed relationships. As a child of mixed parents who I love very dearly and love each other very much, like that didn't exist for me in my childhood. It barely exists today. It isn't just about gender. It isn't just about, like any of that stuff. Like literally non-fetishized interracial relationships are so rare in media. And specifically, that first part is very important as a person who also keeps the she pronoun, not because I identify as particularly feminine in any way, but because you could pry it from my cold, dead hands. Because I earned growing up a Asian
Damn fucking
she,
right.
her.
Damn right.
But like to live in a world where the like fetishization of Black women, of East Asian women, of South Asian women, specifically those groups of people are so fetishized that it's okay for a white man to be into a woman who fits any of those categories. But outside of that, to actually be an object of love and romance and adoration, very different. Because that's the whole thing about the nasty secret part about Orientalism is that at its core, it's all just fetishization, right? So much of it is objectification with no substance, and it's okay to be sexually interested in people with no substance to it whatsoever. I'm not here to say that. Please be into people because they're hot. But
Yeah.
it's more to say that as a whole category, the number of creepy old white men that flirted with me when I was a femme identifying tweenager, disgusting and deplorable. Me as an adult, non-hyper feminine person,
Kai.
very different. Very different.
Kai.
Very different.
Yeah. Isn't it fucked up
Live
that
it.
the most I was ever like catcalled or hit on by a gross, very like adult men was between the ages
Yeah.
of 13 and 16. Specific.
Big same,
like,
Connie. Connie.
It's
Big
disgusting.
same.
It's disgusting.
Huge same.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the hottest I've ever been. And it's like, yeah. Okay, go ahead, Sam. Go ahead, Sam, because I'm about to take us on a
Hell
different
yeah,
tangent.
Connie.
No, I was just going to point that out. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, I live in the South of America, North America, for those of you who are not American whatsoever. And if you know remotely anything about America, you know what the South is, especially the people that look like me. And the amount of times as a young child to get catcalled. And then it did, but the wild part about it is at least for me, it did not stop as a child. It didn't stop as a child. Unfortunately, because I am fair skinned of my Black family, there's a lot of that fetishism of I'm sorry. You just pointed on something and I was just like I literally had a visceral reaction because I was like, oh yeah. I understand it. I hate it here.
And I think what this conversation is pointing to is the fact that not just in media, but also in media and also in real life, kind of the two options for people of color kind of across the board are intense fetishization or complete desexualization. And I'm really sad that Dare had to jump out because we were having this conversation last week where we were talking about again, general and unpointed observation within fandom spaces that continue to de-sex Gentle as a character, who kind of remove Gentle's capacity for sex to replace with a kind of wholesome, pure, de-sexed version of that character, which is complete non-canon, intentionally by Dare. And I think that is also something that should be interrogated when we think about, like, we want more complex sexual dynamics between characters. They exist. Is your white supremacist bias overriding them because it is easier to paint because you desire a desexed Black person? Is an important question that one must ask.
Ooh, see,
this happens also with Ying He,
you're right.
who gets babyfied,
Yes.
who I think a lot of people would rather see as a non-sexual being. And while I think there's some nuance there when we talk about like asexual representation, I think it is also really important to be really, really thoughtful about what characters you are consistently doing that to. Why? And what actually the storyteller is saying. Because it's actually really important that Ying He has sex on Ta's own terms, right?
Yeah.
Ta initiated
that's the whole
that
point.
whole moment. That's the point. That's the point.
The entire point.
And
the entire point of all the sex scenes we do is that we, as a queer trans cast, majority made up of people of color, are saying this is how we would like to be represented when we are having sex or when we are being sexual, right? That is the claiming of space, even if it's old or tired, quote unquote, tropes.
Yeah. If I may
My
add,
story
please.
I want to tell.
If I may add for the Sayer and Ying He moment there, it is also very significant that it is Ying He who initiates. Not only because of East Asian people being babyfied and infantilized in these types of dynamics, but it is also amazing because it's not the thick, powerful, bestial, monstrous South Indian man, right, who is initiating a sexual relationship. You know, I'm getting a little emotional thinking about it because like that
Mhm.
is the perception of Indian men, right? And it is not necessarily unearned, right? There is a real problem in our culture in India especially, and in the marginalization and subjugation of Indian women by Indian men, and this aggression, right? But that's why it meant a lot to me, because it's like we get to see a South Indian man, we get to see an Indian man um, be desired and loved, and have someone initiate with him. And it is not an Indian man like imposing or putting their stature above someone else in that initiation. That was really, really important to me. But yes, go ahead, Kai.
Well, also though, to add on to that, as just a lover and observer of that scene, the thing that time and again Sear shows that is so romantic is not that hyper masculinized bestial behavior, but it's also not a hyper feminine, like neutered behavior. It is a very masculine kind of love and care and presence that you do so beautifully with him. But the thought that was rolling around my head and kind of going back to what C was saying is, in general, in fandom spaces, not just in transplanar, but I challenge everybody to decentralize yourself when especially observing marginalized characters, especially played by marginalized or created by marginalized people. Because one of the most common things that I see is people over centralizing themselves in a character that they then push into some kind of honestly fetishized cliche. It's okay to see yourself in characters that don't fit who you are. That's great, and you should do it. But what you shouldn't do is then center your own story around the headcanon, the discourse, the artwork, all of that stuff. You should listen to the people in the space who are actually telling the story. Listen to the creators, listen to even people who have like similar experiences to the characters, to the creators, who are saying this is what this authentically looks like. Because when people start centering themselves in fandom spaces, which has been going on since forever, it's when you stop paying attention to the characters, and this is where I will shade a little bit on people who fetishize things in fandom. You start just centering your own fetishes and not actually having any kind of transformative conversation with the media that you are responding to.
Kai, how many times we have multiple Twitch and Discord prompts in relation to this very exact thing that you are talking about right now, is taking the art, interpreting the art, and receiving it on the artist's terms. Do not put your own biases, preconnotations, like don't put your own societal expectations on the art that you are consuming. Take it on the artist's level, because that's where,
Especially in actual play,
That's where
the
it's at,
author
which is
can
an
fight me.
intrinsically
Death of the
Well,
Author
as
can
an
literally
aside.
fight
Death
me.
of the Author can fight me.
100%.
sure,
as an
but
aside.
especially in actual
For the
play,
raid, Stella.
do not take away a person of color, especially a queer person of color's character, from the context of the person who is telling the story. Period. The end in actual play. You should literally
You'll
never
never.
do that, because there is no author to kill there. That is literally the author speaking through the character.
Yes. Yes.
Say it again. Say it again, Kai.
Okay.
Yeah, no, really, go.
One of my main bones that I want to pick with like this whole like death of the author thing is when people take it to mean that the intention behind the work, as well as the socio-political context under which it was created, are either irrelevant or so much less important than my own personal desires around my interpretation around the work.
Speak on it, Connie.
I'm sorry.
Say it louder.
It's not my
Say it louder.
fault that you do
I'm like,
not understand or are not well read about Indian like mythology and storytelling. It's not my fault you don't get it. Genuinely,
Because here's
it's not.
Because I think Death of the Author serves a purpose insofar as at a certain point, if a work is lucid, compelling and emotionally resonant enough, theoretically, it should be able to stand on its own merits. And there's something to be said about about craft and an artist's ability to compellingly convey a particular theme without them having to say it's about this, like above the table, right?
Yeah.
Sure, yes, I will accept that. But also I think it is a skill to be able to interpret art literally. And I don't think it is a very literate or critical way to interpret art by simply projecting your own experiences and personifying like topics and concepts within the piece of work that are situated solely within your own worldview when you don't even know that's what you're doing. I think that, for instance, Val, what you're saying, you bring a lot of like cultural touchstones, South Indian mythologies, ways of thinking about story and character and tropes into your portrayal of Sayre and into your storytelling. I see it over and over again, not just on the Chaos Protocol, but like across your body of work in your game design as well. And I think, and I bring a lot of my own Chineseness and my own cultural heritage into a lot of the work I create and produce. And I think in order to actually really truly understand the work I make and anyone else here at this table makes, on Transplanar and otherwise, you have to also be like proficient in the cultural languages that we're speaking in. And I think that if you're not, then you're always going to miss deeper meaning, which is not like, that's not a bad thing, but you certainly shouldn't position yourself as the expert if that's what, on the work. You should be aware of your own dead angles and aware of your own shortcomings when it comes to being able to read a work. For example, anyone can read, let's like look at, I don't know,
All About Love,
a Peking opera.
Bell hooks.
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
what?
All About Love.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. I went All About Love by Bell hooks.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you. I was right there with you.
Yes, okay, All About Love by Bell Hooks, sure. But if you, there's a world of difference in the interpretation of someone reading the work who is familiar with, say, even like a rudimentary understanding of the history and legacies of Black feminism versus someone who has no idea about Blackness in any way, shape, or form, and they read the work. Both can be moved, I think, in very genuine and emotive ways, and both can take a lot out of the work. But one person will always have a richer and deeper understanding of it, especially if they share lived experiences with the author. And I constantly go back to something that a critical race studies professor of mine, Professor Loretta Ross, a Black feminist and a champion of reproductive rights. She was a guest professor in my school, and her class honestly like really reshaped the way that I think about media analysis in a lot of ways. She said something in the class about how just because you've lived through something doesn't necessarily mean you know how to talk about it, like proficiently or academically, but lived experience is the font of authenticity. You cannot be authentic without it. So you can study and you can educate yourself on experiences that you don't personally have or hold, and you should. And like Kai said, you should try to, seek common humanity, value, and meaning in work made by people that don't look like you, that don't share your cultural perspective. I think that's very, very valuable, and we should do that. But you shouldn't. There's a difference between appreciating it and taking something from it and trying to say, oh, you know what, I completely understand 100%, and I actually think I know more about this than you do, or like, I think you're actually saying this, and I think I know your art or your work better than what you were trying to do. Because I think that then you're just kind of slipping back into, I don't know, the colonization of it all.
Well, and it goes into the fetishization specifically, and that's really why I brought it up, was to full send like really be cogent, not just in Transplanar, but in all fandom spaces when you are talking about sex. Who is allowed to be sexual, what kind of sex you're talking about, and how you are centralizing your perspective versus the character, the creator, etc. Because I see time and again, specifically Black characters being marginalized out of sexual spaces or being fetishized. Asian characters specifically being feminized. That kind of shit is, we all see it. We all see it. And specifically here, like the whole point of liberational storytelling is that we don't live in a world on Transplanar RPG where that exists within our text.
And it's
when you
like,
see the work like that, you add the racism to Transplanter. And I don't think that anyone who watches our show wants to do that. So you have to be careful that you don't do that. Because if you view the work with these biases, you add colonialism, fetishization, imperialism, racism, anti-Blackness to a world and a story where it doesn't exist. And I don't think anyone wants to do that. I assume, if you like our show, right?
Right.
yeah.
So you have to be thoughtful about how you talk about what words you say about what characters, how and why.
Yes, to all of that. I also just wanted to point out, because my brain will not allow me to let it go until I actually get a chance to say it. Death of the author only works when the author is dead.
Okay, but there's some authors that maybe they're metaphorically dead.
No, like
Sometimes we
actually
should kill
maggot
authors.
food. No, maggot food 6 feet under. Death of the author only works when they are dead. Period. Because if they're alive, they are. Because if they are alive, they are always fucking able to gain monetary resources, to gain fame,
real.
to gain
That's different.
fortune
Yes.
on all of their shit, and still be able to profit off of their bullshit to begin with. So yes, you don't get to tell me death of the author when the author is still living.
Literally alive. Yeah. Still breathing, drawing
Tell
breath.
me death of the author about H.P. Lovecraft. Don't give me death of the author about J.K. Rowling. Fuck off.
No, she
Death
can
of the author is out. I need to fight Brandon Sanderson in a parking lot.
Call him to
But
a
that's an
Denny's.
aside.
Fight him.
And that's another thing too. Drac put up first and foremost, hi Drac,
Yeah.
I love you.
Hi, Drac.
Drac
Drac.
put up a
Oh,
really
hi, Bad
good.
House.
Oh, also thank you, Bite House. Hi.
Hello, my love.
Drac put up a very specific comment in the chat that I think is really, really interesting and really, really important, that Black women especially either get fetishized or mammified. We are never allowed to be romantic interests. We are either the one that everybody wants to do X, Y, and Z to, or we're the fucking mom. Now, I understand where that's coming from as somebody who plays a healer. A Black woman who is a healer. I get that.
Lumira is not our mom. Lumira is not our mom.
I'm not a mom.
Not in
I'm
any
just
way, shape,
fucked up
or
as
form.
Even a
I
little.
am. Lumira is quite literally just as fucked up as the other two fuck ups in our party. Like,
Yeah.
More so. Dramaturg
she's
interlude.
like-
More so. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
like it's always, you know, and I've said it before and I'll say it time and time again. No matter how much of a story that I love and believe, when I'm putting it out in the public, I always have to be so. I am unable to do what my white counterparts are able to do in this space, which is be able to tell a story within its own merit, and it is fully understand and wholly realized all of its nuances and things like that in between. I have never and never will be able to do that just by proxy of being who I am and the stories that I tell. It will always
We're all better
be
for it.
there's always be some type of outside narrative that is added on to it, in which Lumira Shinyobi's Oshuparan's story will consistently. Oh, that was also spoilers for Chaos Protocol. At this point I can't even remember where. 2, 3, who knows. I will there will always be that overlaying understanding of who see, but please.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sit that
I
down.
accidentally flipped you off because I couldn't get my fingers to move. I was trying to be like 3. I didn't mean it's not that. I support you. I just can't move my fingers right. Also, they're orange still. From whatever. Keep going.
Bless
Sam.
you. I love you, C. Bless you. Yeah, there's always gonna be that thing that I fight against in relation to having to be overtly deliberate, overly intentional, almost to my own detriment, overly explanatory in what it is that I'm trying to do, because there's always that possibility of it being looped into looped into biases and fetishization and things that my friends on stream were talking about. I always have to be mindful of the way in which Lumira stands and the scene in which she stands in the story and where it's at. Like, I can't even begin to tell you how many extra minutes, hours of dramaturgy has been spent being like, this is what I want to do, but I don't want it to come across as this at all. What are the ways in which I can do that so that this is not even an option for people's interpretation of the art that I'm trying to put out?
It makes me deeply sad how much we have how much we have to do to make sure that happens for you, and to still be misinterpreted not infrequently. It makes me really sad.
Honestly,
remember my
at
warning
this
earlier
point in
this
time,
stream, y'all? Behave yourselves.
Like, honestly, I at this point in time now, it's just part of the process, man. Like, I don't know what else to say, honestly. I know and understand that it's not always going to be understood. I'm always going to have to bring that intentionality to what I do and to what I bring as Lumira. Oh, hello. Hi, brother.
Hello, brother.
Hello, brother.
He was standing at my door like this. I just need you to know.
I'm honestly
sat.
so grateful. I've been waiting for my mom to come in because she came in on a home game. I was playing with Kai one day, and
So funny.
and she just pops into my camera. I'm like, get out! Like, what are you doing? But
It was so cute.
Anyway, yeah, it's kind of it's part of my process now, unfortunately, because I know, especially in this day and age and this time, that being Black, being a woman, being queer, being trans, and all those fun levels of intersectionality, I'm always going to have to do the extra back work on the end. And not everybody's going to get it. But I think now where I'm getting at is it's more telling on you than it is on me. Like, I know how intentional I am in what I'm bringing to the table and all the ways, shapes, and forms that I am, and not even just me, to Kai, to Val, even to Connie, right? Like, we all know how intentional we are with these stories. We are specifically intentional for a very fucking specific reason into this. And it is still always going to be misread by bad faith actors, whether they know it or not. The people who get it, get it. If you know, you know.
Yep. Wow, what a fruitful conversation, y'all. We
Way
really
to go,
covered
y'all. We
our
do this.
bases. Yeah.
We are.
Are there any final thoughts on any of this before we move into the lightning round?
Come on, lightning round.
Okay.
Here we go. 2 seconds. All of you. For all of that we just said, very important, but also be freaky. Be freaky. Be so freaky.
Be freaky.
Yeah,
Be
freaky.
so
Be
freaky.
Be freaky within reason with your friends,
Shiva
and
also
which you
thinks you should be
love and
freaky.
respect, and you all have an understanding as to how freaky it is allowed to go. We don't want to overstep
Yeah, and
boundaries.
have fun with it.
We always want to have
Fun
fun
is
and
safe.
be respectful. Fun is safe. Fun is sexy. Safe is
And
sexy.
show me your not safe for work fan art now.
I want to see it.
right now.
What?
Fix.
Now.
He doesn't feel well. You have to help
Artwork.
see Thomas feel
you
better.
have to help.
How am I supposed to heal?
C's bones are broken.
She's a fucker down.
How do you How do you expect C to get better without smut?
Yeah.
That's right. It's a
How?
medically necessary part of the
Well,
process.
Yeah.
It's medical.
Correct.
It was actually
Correct.
prescribed
Look at my
by
documents.
their doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I will
they said,
trade you
Dr.
smut
Aluso,
for
but
my
still.
X-rays. I'll send you my X-rays.
"I'll send you my X-rays."
They're gnarly.
trade
though.
offer.
These X-rays are
They're fucking
gnarly.
gnarly.
gnarly. Those
They're
things are
gnarly.
wild.
It's
It's
I
bad.
broke
real
like the
bad.
motherfucker out of my bones. Like I
Quite literally.
You
Yeah,
can see the
wow.
X-ray next to
Okay.
like a textbook definition of like a distal radial fracture or whatever the hell happened to
Yes.
your arm. It's like textbook.
I
Oh
saw
my God.
that C said what it was, and I could see the textbook image in my mind, and then I saw it, and I was like, "Yep, that sure is." And I'm
That-
not a
that
doctor,
sure
and
is
I
what it
understand
is.
what that is.
I look kind of like a seal in one of my X-rays, is what my best friend said to me when I texted them the pictures. So
Yeah. Flipper,
like,
flipper wise.
Like
Also,
a seal.
See, you were telling me about
No.
how breaking your arm actually gave you new appreciation for how devastating the injury is, especially in performance, and how like Yinghe broke their arm, and you were like, yeah, we didn't know this at the time, but they should not have been able to walk that off. They should have
No.
been weeping and crying and literally incomprehensible.
Wow.
In the storm.
worst pain I've ever
As a
felt in my
person
life.
who's-
And I
Are
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
serious?
And C has high pain.
Worst pain I've
tolerance.
ever
Coming
felt.
from someone who's
I-
never broken a bone before.
Oh no!
I
Oh,
have
worst
one
pain I've ever
pain
it was
tolerance.
horrible.
Breaking even the smallest bone, your whole body, literally your entire nervous system is like on fire.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've
the worst
never
pain
seen
I've ever
C
felt in
like
my
that
life.
before.
And
It was-
I've been through shit.
Yeah, it was bad.
Ooh.
It was really
Yep.
bad. It made me like never, ever, ever want to get in a situation where I could ever break a bone. So I'm just gonna, roll around town in a big hamster ball. I'm never doing anything again.
You too. God, it's
So
bad.
help a dramaturg producer out and send your not safe for work content to
You know
Translator
how
RPGs.
much
Yes.
that would make C
At
feel
gmail.com.
better?
Mhm. This is a
Literally
plea.
at gmail.com.
All right,
Okay.
hit us, Connie, quickly
Let's
go,
before we
Connie.
can move it further off the
Okay.
rails.
Okay. This might be a little hard with lag, so I'm gonna pause between each question until I hear all of you respond, and then I'll move on. Okay? There are 20
Okay.
questions. Answer as your character. So Val, you're answering as Sayir. Kai, you're answering as Zynon. Sam, you're answering as Lumira.
Oop.
And C, you're answering as Artemis.
Horrific.
That's hilarious.
Or Litany. I don't know. It's up to you. But I think Artemis would be fun.
Artemis
to
is
keep on
fun.
with the chaos theme. Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Gut instinct, okay? Don't overthink it. I'm going to count down from 5 after I say the question, and then you all just tell me your answer. All right. Question number 1. Big spoon or little spoon?
Big spoon.
Big spoon.
It varies.
Funnily enough, Lumira's little spoon.
Okay. All right. Question number 2. Steals clothes or gets their clothes stolen?
Steals clothes.
Gets their clothes stolen.
Clothes are stolen all the time.
Gets their clothes stolen.
Okay. Question number 3. Pet names or no pet names?
Pet names.
Pet names.
We've established this. Yes, pet names.
Also pet names, I think.
No
I
one loves
I have
pet
so many
names.
questions. I have so many follow-up questions.
Okay. Question number 4.
Lightning round, let's
Question number
move along.
Number 4. Words or actions?
Actions.
Actions.
Words.
Okay, that was easy for everyone. All right. Number 5. Kids or no kids?
Kids.
No kids.
You have them. Sorry.
I know. Gestures to Arc 4 Special, The Mortal Profane.
What, Val, what did you say, Sayer?
Sayer, at this point or juncture, does not know.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Number 6.
answer.
Number 6. Romantic or realist?
Romantic.
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 Realist.
Okay. Number 7. Yes PDA or no PDA?
Yes.
Yes, PDA.
Yes.
No PDA.
Yeah.
We already know that answer.
That tracks.
Number 8. Possessive or chill?
Possessive. That was the instinct.
Depends on
I'm
the
sorry.
circumstance.
Okay.
Oh, I think chill.
Okay. Number 9. Touch or gifts?
Touch.
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 Wait.
Okay.
I was
Wait.
wondering if C was going to be the contrarian again.
No, that makes sense to me. All right, number
That makes
10.
sense.
She doesn't touch anyone ever,
Giving
but
or
because
getting?
anyway,
Getting.
giving.
Ooh,
I-
I lied. Both. I had to think about that.
Yeah, I think the answer is yes.
Valid.
Giving.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, number 11.
Little
Man, I
hunter,
love
et cetera,
Lover
et
Boy
cetera.
Sayer. I love Lover Boy Sayer.
Number 11. Slow burn or fast spark?
Slow burn.
Yes.
Slow burn.
Not yes from fucking Simon. Christ.
I get help.
Every
Gen-
shade.
Please
genuinely,
seek help.
Genuinely, also yes.
Okay.
I think
Number 12.
there are moments in
I mean,
Sayer's
Yinghe
youth.
was like literally from across a battlefield. Come on.
Yeah, no,
He
literally,
hims
Yinghe was
once
just
again.
like, Yinghe was like,
What
I
can I
saw
tell
your
you?
moonlit eyes from across the battlefield while you were losing control of your shadow powers, and then I fell in love with you instantly and regret never seeing you again. Whoops.
Yeah.
Literally.
Oh, you're right.
All right, number
Because
12.
Zidane could be everything from his polycule, long, like real relationship, kind of fast, long relationship to
And
hello
Castell.
Dante,
And
to
hello,
Castell
Sahim.
and Dante,
Yeah.
and saw him.
Sahim Kubraya.
Number 12. Flowers or candy?
Flowers.
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 I love
See,
the
did you say
candy,
candy?
from. No, it was Val.
It's me, Candy.
Oh, Val said
Good
candies?
to
Oh,
know.
cute.
Sweet baby.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sayer
I
has
really like that.
candies.
Sayer has a sweet tooth. This is
Yeah.
this
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
no,
thing.
that's
That
true.
is canonical.
Yeah.
That's
That is
true. You
canonical.
do.
Sayer
You do
does
have
have a sweet tooth.
Yeah, he has a sweet
right.
tooth, and then he got betrayed by pancakes. But you know, he still
Oh,
has
yeah.
a sweet tooth.
He wants to give flowers. He wants to receive
He wants
candy.
to give flowers, but he
Yeah.
wants to receive candy.
Receive candy. Okay. Number 13. Homemade meal or fancy dinner?
Homemade meal.
Homemade meal. She's hunting
Homemade
it
meal.
herself.
Meal.
Homemade? Okay. All right. From everyone. All right. Number 14.
Did you not see spoilers for Arc 3? Where every day Lumira went
Act
to
food.
work and Sayer made her dinner every
Mhm.
day.
Every
Yeah.
day.
Listen,
Act food.
homemade meal's a love
That's so
language.
normal.
That's
Yeah, that's true. True. Dom especially. Okay. Number 14. Excitement or safety?
Safety.
ooh.
Safety.
Depends on what era of Zine and Esh.
What season, perhaps you might say?
Yes, what season?
Oh
Oh,
Christ!
fuck off, C.
Get help, all of you.
Both of you, seek help.
Protection.
Okay, Artemis.
Obviously. Okay. Number 15. Intelligence or humor?
Intelligence.
Humor.
Intelligence.
Also humor. I don't know.
I just want to point out
We
really
all know
quickly, the chaos protocol dynamic right here in a nutshell.
Yeah.
One
real-
question right here.
Wait, what
in
did say?
case
What was
anybody
Sayers?
was confused.
Also intelligence.
Intelligence.
Intelligence. That's so funny. Okay. All right. Number 16.
Sayer thinks it's hot when people are good at what they do.
Mm.
But that's why he likes Lumira so much. 16.
Yeah.
Feel understood or feel appreciated?
Understood.
Appreciated.
Sayer does not know.
Appreciated. I think being understood is frightening.
Okay.
I think
All right.
it's kind of, it may not have been explicitly stated, but I think it's pretty
Check back
on the
in
board
two
and
arcs of Sayer.
explanatory that Lumira has a praise kink. That's nice.
What? I'm sorry, Professor Who?
Caligo was
Into
like,
Into the mic! Into the mic! Go on!
Arc 3? Arc 3 who?
Your typing devotion, really?
Oh, after
You're
this, we need to
capturing
talk
the
about rare
cameras.
pairs.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
you
we
do.
absolutely
Okay. Number 17. Talk it out or repress feelings?
Oh, repress that shit in a box.
Repressed feelings. This is Nova you're talking to.
so repressed that this cannot resurface until
Oh, you're making diamonds. You're making
so
diamonds.
repressed.
Diamonds is being made.
So repressed, she has to go back decades in the timeline. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Just to remotely even get a glimpse or a clue of what's happening right now.
Repressed feelings.
But this
That
is
was so
refreshing.
good. We're all doing so good.
We need help.
All of you.
Grace
All
said
right, number
straight
18.
to repression and
That's what we should have been called.
Number 18.
Oh my god.
Cat or dog?
Cat.
both.
As a pet or personality type.
Yeah.
You can interpret
That's
it.
important.
Question, Kai.
Maybe let's
I
do
mean, I
both.
think the answer is
both.
dog.
Mm-hmm.
Dog.
Okay.
That
All
tracked
right.
for Sayer, actually.
Yeah.
All right. Number 19. Fall first or fall harder?
Harder.
First.
I'm gonna pour a bucket of ice on both of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill both of you, actually.
This is the shit. This is the shit. We're gonna get told off.
You see why we got put in the chat? You see
Straight
why
into the
we-
chat.
You see why we got put in the timeout chat in episode 3?
Honestly, Zinan's it varies again.
Mm-hmm. And it was cat for Artemis.
It was cat, but that's not the question we're on right
That's
now.
not the question.
No, it's
First or
oh my god,
harder?
I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Okay, anyway. What was Artemis?
It is
Also,
cat
Lucy,
harder.
yes, is a cat.
It's
It
meow.
was cat. No. It was cat.
what was Artemis's?
Oh god.
You're gonna
First.
make the funniest joke. Yeah.
First.
Yes. I was like, if you answer this, it'd be the funniest in the world. Yeah.
Oh, first. Okay, last question
Seek help,
before we
Artemis.
talk about rare pairs. Question number 20. Die first or die last?
Last. She's
Arc
already
4.
done it. Shit. Oh.
Sam, you're so funny.
I already died, so you know.
Yeah, listen, Arc 4 spoilers, yes?
Last.
Yeah, no, Artemis is last for sure. Okay, that was our lightning round. Yay!
Thank you, Connie.
Evil Connie.
Hazel, you ain't have to
Evil
bring that
Connie.
up in chat. Ain't nobody tell Hazel. You didn't have to bring that up.
Where? I'm going.
That's so
So
insane.
insane, yeah.
That's so insane. You didn't have to bring that up.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, so as our last little thing, let's talk real quickly about rare pairs before we sign off for the evening. I want to know, what is your favorite transplanar rare pair across any of our campaigns? You can even bring people together from different worlds. The rarer, the better. And it doesn't have to be a romantic pairing. It could just be a dynamic that you think would be interesting to see explored.
Okay. Ooh. Okay, wait. I have
Litany
to split it up
and
between
Xiao-
romantic and platonic.
Litany and Xiao Chung as bad cousins.
They are
Seek
bad
help,
cousins, actually.
See,
They're kind of cousins.
seek help.
Yeah.
Seek help.
Honestly, I'd watch that
S-E-A-K,
comedy.
help.
I'd watch that
Yeah.
situational comedy. I really
These are
would.
spoilers for season 2 of Last Hope that we haven't started production on, but
Yeah.
it compels
Except
that
it was
whatever
mentioned.
that
Yeah.
whatever that dynamic is compels me.
Like sunshine and joy and my goth cousin. My
So,
goth
wait.
murder cousin.
What if we all went around in a circle and gave one and continued the pattern
Ooh,
so
let's
that
do
it
it. All right,
can-
see, pass it on.
Perfect. All right, I'm passing it down to Val.
Oh God. I was not ready. I think. God, what is their name? I think it would be a really funny dynamic between Dalapati Saeed and And Artemis
is going
I think
is
this
Val,
is
I'm about to kick you.
Oh,
I knew you were gonna say
I knew
Artemis,
it.
and I wish I could kick you out right now. I wish I could kick you out.
Well, Artemis would
I just
love
think
to
it'd
be
be really
the author
funny.
of Passions of the Gods. Fine.
It's her
I just think
favorite
it'd be
novel.
really
Can
funny.
you imagine Artemis being like,
I have notes.
so like you really thought that
real.
Arms crossed? I have notes actually.
I have notes.
Chapter
would not
1,
accept
paragraph
the
6 did not work.
Academically rigorous evening for the two of them. I can imagine.
That's my contribution. Sam, your turn.
Ooh. Do I start off wild out the pocket or do I ease
Mhm.
into it?
Yes. No.
Yes,
Wild now.
and yes.
Mhm.
Lumiere and Oblivion.
Oh my
Jesus
god.
fucking Christ.
Whoa! Whoa! You mean the thing that haunts her nightmares every night? Ooh.
Quite
I mean,
literally.
listen,
that's
what
kinda
is
gay.
what is enemies to lovers if not?
Connie,
That's kind of gay.
Mm.
You know
Lumiere's like,
what?
this thing's
Nightmare,
touching everything.
Fellas, is it gay to haunt your dreams?
Nightmare on
To
Elm
haunt your every
Street
waking
should be
moment.
about this. Actually, it should be about the gay romantic and horror feelings between a high achiever and a fucking black hole.
Honestly,
That's
think
what-
about it. What is more romantic than the high achiever and the haunting, all-encompassing horror that has haunted not only their very living dreams, but their subconscious dreams? Spoilers, their whole life. That's kind of peak.
Scene of annihilation and Adaka's biggest hole. That's right there.
We need that smut fic now.
Kai, it's you.
Okay, I'm gonna start on something somewhat, I think, normal and expected. But hey, if you haven't seen the Coliseum of Queer Chaos, whatever was going on between Jiran, Oka, and Zynon lives rent free in my head. I think about it often.
Actually need
Whatever
that. Like,
that
I need
was.
air. Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
Yeah.
I need it right now.
Also, as far as like opening flirting moves, shooting somebody is pretty wild, Zynon.
That's right up
It
Zion's
worked,
alley,
though.
to be honest with you.
I
What
mean,
if I
if you've
punched
seen
you
his
in the mouth
backstory
and fell-
episode, yeah.
What if I punched you in the mouth and we fell in love? What if I knocked your two front teeth out and we loved each other about it after?
Looking at you, Dom. Uh-huh.
Crack that old man over their knee. And
my God.
I stand
He
by that.
thanked them. He
Quite
thanked
literally.
them.
I have one. Oka and the Oracle.
No.
What on earth are you talking about?
Honey.
For the same chaotic
Wait,
reason
wait,
as
wait,
Seer
wait,
and the Oracle? Is that what you're cooking on right now?
Wait, you have to think about it. Think about, oh, my stomach hurts, not enough ball bearings.
Like
and then
early
Artemis is
Oka,
like,
just like, no.
What's
Artemis is
wrong
like,
with it? Who broke it? Who broke it?
Yeah. It wasn't me.
is there blood
I
in
just
this
think it'd be
thing
interesting-
so I can drain it or no?
So funny.
I
They're
also
like,
think
why do you have a heartbeat, little machine?
None of your business. Stop looking at my boobs.
I also think the
Boob, singular. Excuse me.
My nipple.
I also think the Oracle and Squeak would be a very interesting dynamic.
That's definitely a combination
like
of
that.
who tops who.
I would die laughing, but also yes.
Mm. Okay.
Val, you are muted.
I said if you are ever going to do this in any sort of production, I hope I'm allowed to just like be on the floor dying of laughter and not expected to perform whatsoever. That's all I ask.
I think that Halo would do horrible things to Mercy. And I would really like to put them in a room and
Yes.
shake it.
See, it's
Wait,
time for
you're
you
so
and
right.
that
Halo would
cat to
totally
lay it on
top her.
down. It's time
Mercy
for you
would, like,
and that cat
hit
to
on
go
her.
to bed.
I just need. It's not even a romantic pairing. I just need to put them in a room together, alone by themselves
Yeah.
for 5 minutes. That's it.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Indie Wanderer just said Kane and Kamani. I don't know if I'm ever
No,
gonna be
no one would
normal
survive.
about
No one
this.
would survive.
No.
Not a single person would
No.
survive.
That is a right.
Oh,
Nobody
God.
would survive. By nobody, I mean
That's
the rest of the universe.
Literally,
Chaotic besties.
Ev-
Yeah.
that is
No,
quite
Indy, I'm
literally
nodding.
world
I see you.
annihilation.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Let's see.
This with another one,
ooh.
Sam.
I'm because I'm such a fan, I'm gonna pair Lumira with quite a few. I personally think Lumira and Sitlali would take over the world.
Yeah.
Also, if you've seen Coliseum of Queer Chaos, there was also some very fun stuff that was happening between the two of them. Yeah, Lumira and Sitlali would probably end Oblivion, Fate, everything, just between the two of them. It would quite literally be the world's biggest problem, is them two paired up together.
Gray makes a great point in chat. Lumira, Sitlali, and Lilith.
Oh
Horrific.
God.
Yeah, that'd be
Oh
fun.
God.
No, why did
That would be
Hazel
some
say
fucked up.
Geron and died in the soup?
Listen, Hamna and I agree on this.
That's correct.
Okay, here's my really rare pair.
Okay.
This is how my brain works. Are you ready? Suesian and the two kings and queen of oh god, brain of the
Raya?
Raya. Yeah.
Hey,
Fascinates and
Hey.
delights.
Alina,
Yeah.
baby, I know
Listen.
you're in chat. Please go disconnect Kai's computer from the internet.
No.
Thank you so much.
No. Here's the brain. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Because Suesian deserves like a care and love. Honestly, let's all talk about this for a minute. Looking at
From
you,
like a new
Litany.
royal family. Yeah.
yeah,
My
yeah.
rare pair is
Then I'll-
Suesian and Tigu. Maybe it's not so
Oh
rare.
yeah. No,
But-
you're right.
yeah,
though.
they-
Yes.
they were
But you're
banging.
right, Connie. You're right. But you're
No,
right. That's
Listen, you're right. Mine is more like, listen, they have such a beautiful and loving relationship in the Raya, and the three of them are actually like kind and open with each other in a way that I think Suecia deserves.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I'd put Tigu in the Raya. Just to see what would happen.
Just to see chaos. That's a chaotic choice.
Oh my god. Didn't the Raya
I
already
would- you know
burn
what, though?
once?
Yes. Oh, God.
God,
You know
please
what the
don't
Raya
like
needs?
this.
Rivers of blood. Let's just, yeah.
I want to see
Sorry, I
what
was
would
busy
happen.
hunting down
if-
the link to Coliseum.
I want to know what would happen if Rune and Litany met.
Oh God.
Honestly, yeah.
I feel like Rune would
Pause.
piss them off. And Litany would try to kill them. And then Eos would defend Rune from Litany, and then Tiansheng would defend Litany from Eos, and then Tiansheng and Eos would become like bros.
What about
Oh my
Simon
God.
Litany? I'm sorry. I didn't.
Oh. Litany would
Everybody
eat him for
goes,
breakfast.
no.
Litany is the animal that comes out of the woods in those memories to kill
Yeah.
Simon's flock of sheep. Like, that's,
Have you not?
that's the
Sorry.
role that they play in that
Spoilers
dynamic.
for Arc 4. Have you not seen Zidane and Kaseki? Two
Fair
peas
point.
in a pod.
Fair point.
Mhm.
Fair point.
Mhm.
Mm, mm,
Mhm.
mm,
Mhm.
mm.
That would be some like, what if we fight until we're in love energy?
Honestly, the best type of slow burn, in my humble onion.
Oh, you know what? I think Tiansheng and Wuyan, everyone would think they would be really good friends, but I don't think Tiansheng would like Wuyan at all.
No,
I think
don't
Tiansheng
so.
would
Oh,
actually
yeah.
I don't
really
think so at all.
dislike
I think-
Wuyan. Yeah.
I agree.
I think
Yeah.
Ting Shung would probably kill Lian or attempt to.
I have something.
On a couple
I have
of
something Tian
occasions.
Shung related.
Oh, hit it,
I have
Val.
something Tian Shung and a bossy. Let's fucking see that.
Oh, please,
Oh,
please.
hell
Give me that.
Hey,
Oh,
hey.
oh, yeah.
What if you were
Then
right,
Hey.
both of them have 0 brain cells.
though? What if you were right?
So many muscles. We'd all win.
So many
many
muscles.
muscles.
Yeah.
And no brain cells.
Oh, I love them. I love them so
One
much.
of these days, I'm going to write an entire one shot just around Lumira and Oka, personally.
Mhm.
It's
Nice.
gonna
Nice.
happen.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, they're both like time related.
Mm-hmm.
Cursed idea.
Mhm.
I just came up with a
Mhm.
cursed idea. On the topic of precepts and mortal characters, I think it would be fucking fucked up if Doom and Zidon were a rare pair. I'm
Go to
I'm
hell.
just saying.
No, I'm into it. I'm
Go
into it. I'm into
You
it.
see the vision. You see the vision.
See?
I see the vision. I
No,
see the
I'm
vision.
seeing
You
it.
motherfuckers
I'm
are
seeing
sick.
it. No, I'm
Three of
seeing
you
it.
motherfuckers are sick. All of you.
I see it. I'm with you.
No, I'm seeing it.
Ooh.
Mm.
Calico
Mm.
Boy said Antigone, Lolly, and Lumi. That
I
would
love
be
that pair.
Okay, yeah.
I
that
love
would be
that.
I see
a
that.
polycule for hell.
It'd be really
In the
funny
best way possible.
Yeah.
because Antigone's just healing from like insane religious trauma. Like that is truly ungodly amount of it.
Lumira is just
and
starting
Shalali, yeah.
to heal from the religious trauma. And
Yeah,
then
that's
it's
just like
Oka.
the religious trauma polycule.
Jesus.
Ooh.
I love Drax,
Traumacule?
Abina, and Medea. I'm also gonna throw in the mix Abina and Lumira.
Yes, Abina
Whatever
and
kind of
Oh, please.
strange,
Is that even
strange
rare?
posture time.
Yeah,
We were
rare
talking
pair?
earlier about like power dynamic relationships. That's it right there. Abina and Lumira. 100.
And you know, I
Professor
throw
Fuego
Afuego and Lumira, which is what
And
reminded
Afuego.
me. Listen, there's
Lumira was trying so hard to get with Professor Fuego, and it was not going any further than Professor, and she was devastated. I am devastated, but Lumira was truly devastated.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
I have
tried
a rare
so
pair.
hard.
I have a
We
Sarah
could have had
rare
it
pair.
all.
hit it, Val. Hit
Sarah
it.
Tavash.
Oh.
Ooh.
You see the vision? I see the vision.
Who
Okay.
and Tavash?
Ooh,
Sarah and
Seer.
Tavash.
Oh.
Oh,
I mean, they're both
wow.
artists.
Can I sit in the
Mm.
cuck chair? I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Sam, I have one for you. I have a cuck chair one for you. You ready?
Oh no.
Going back to Tsigu and Willow.
Oh my god.
Bad Moms Club.
Get
Kill
out.
it.
Yeah,
Bad
no,
moms.
Bad
that's a
Moms
cuck-
Club.
That is
Yep.
a cuck chair with the ottoman and a cup holder.
See?
That's right, baby.
Listen. Two fucked up toxic moms, please. Thank you.
You know, I kind of want to see our two emperors in the same room, Emperor Seong and Emperor Longdu.
Yeah, I'd see
Mm.
that. Yeah.
Seong
I'm
and
kind of
Longdu.
intrigued by what Lumira and Abiku would be like too.
Oh, please.
That would be really interesting.
Ooh, I like
That would be
that.
interesting.
Mm.
Of course, my
We haven't even-
toxic, my
Go ahead.
like truly horrible toxic second stranger in Zynon is Kane and Zynon because they can make each other.
Oh god.
Kane and Zion.
Dreadful.
Yeah,
That is
Kane would
dreadful.
like wrap you around
Honestly-
his little finger.
Honestly, I didn't want to be the one to say Lumira and Kane, but boy, them two.
Listen,
I just
Yeah.
know she tops them.
That is because that's just personally because what's more fun than watching two tops fight for dominance? Personally,
Yeah, that's fun.
like I
Yeah,
said, I
definitely
don't make the
swap off.
rules.
Yeah.
I don't make the
Yeah.
rules. I just follow them.
honestly, that would be so fun.
I'm realizing
we
so
have
many.
to tell them.
I have so many interesting thoughts about Lumira. Is what I'm realizing now because I like
See-
Lumira Kamani. I like. I like
Oh.
Lumira Elspeth.
Oh, I love Lumira.
I like Lumira Lilith.
Lumira
Lumira Elspeth.
Mm-hmm.
Lumira Elspeth. And the stacks.
Lumira Lilith.
Lumira and
Lilith.
Elspeth.
Yeah.
And also, Sam, what you said
Dr.
earlier during the
Lusso
break.
and Lumi.
Lumira
Yeah,
Rowe
Dr. O.
compels me.
Mhm.
Honestly, Lumira and Tavash compels me too. Listen, here's I have problems. Y'all don't mind.
Okay.
No, it's not, Sam. It's not a problem. It's a treat. It's not a problem.
I have
It's a gift.
problems. Honestly, I think every pairing of Lumira and anybody across Transplanterverse is
It's interesting.
Has-
It's interesting.
honestly.
What Sam said to us during the break, to me specifically, was Lumira and Voska.
Lumira and Voska.
I see it.
Mutual
I
mourners.
see it.
I see it.
Mutual mourners. See, I'm gonna break your other arm.
I also
Oh my God!
also the cosmological as well as like dramaturgical like depths that we could plunge through here of Voska's soul magic and understanding of Tungal with Lumira
Yeah.
would be
It's all trapped inside.
On
So
top of
cool.
Chronergy would be disgusting in the best way possible.
Mhm.
Yeah.
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 Like I thought about it and was like, oh, but there's so many possibilities for these
Because
two.
listen, Voska and Sitlali are like fucking disgusting. Like that's a rare pair for Second Stranger. But I hesitate to call a rare pair because I feel like, and I'm looking at all of you in the chat, I feel like you all exist. The folks who shipped Voska and Sitlali together. I know that you exist.
Present.
I love how me and C immediately raise
What?
our that's us.
Present.
We're the two.
Present.
Hello. Present. You call my name?
Oh my god.
Because listen, I don't know if y'all remember, spoilers for Second Stranger, but there is an episode in Arc 6, close to the like final third, the like third act of Arc 6, where all I got from Quinn was a little message being like, I have something really devastating for you. Like, pay attention to how I pronounce things. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then Quinn did this moment where Sitlali goes, Voska, instead of Mercy. And I had to be like, oh, you're throwing... There's an oncoming train that you just thrown me in the front of? Cool. Thanks.
Directly under it.
Brilliant work as
Over
always.
Quinn.
Brilliant
brilliant
work
work
as
as
always.
always
Thank you,
from
Quinn.
Quinn is a genius.
Iskaro
So speaking of
said-
Mercy,
Oh god.
I want to put Mercy and
How many
Lumira
X's are we
in a
making?
room because Mercy
Which
would
I think
hit
is
on
also-
Lumira.
It's
Yes.
which is also very funny because that is quite literally how I was introduced as a player character into the Transplanterverse was in Mercy's one shot during
shot,
Shoot Your
yeah.
One Shot. I was
Full
one
circle.
of Mercy's crew. Full circle.
Full circle.
Full
Full
circle.
circle. I love this.
Full
I just want to put Mercy
circle.
in a room with any of Nova. Mercy would hit on
Oh,
Zion.
God.
Mercy would hit on Sayir.
Zion would fold so fast. Mercy is so his type. Are you kidding me?
Wait,
It'd be
it's
really
gross.
sad.
So here's my thing.
Yeah.
I'm really intrigued by Zynon and Dr. Aluso. But Iskaro's also said Dewey and Ying He, and now I'm not normal.
Dewey and Ying.
Not normal. I need that.
I just want
That's
to see. So here's my
fascinating.
I don't know
Dewey's
what
like,
shape
"I
of
love
relationship this
Dewey."
is in my head, but I want to just see Artemis and Rev meet.
Yeah.
Mm.
Fascinating.
Gets
Mm,
Yeah, no,
seek
that'd be
help.
fun.
Seek help.
I just need to know what that conversation would be.
I like get a weird feeling it would be very much like the end of Arc 3, end of Arc 3 spoilers, but the moment between Ro and Artemis that is like strangely charged with what kind of emotion?
This
I
is
don't
what's in
know.
my
You
head.
don't know.
This is exactly what's in my head. I'm like, I don't know. This is why I can't like define it. I was like, there's something here, and it's these two, but I can't put the rest of it together.
I don't know if this does anything for the narrative, but me personally, I saw Oka and Jiran. Like that's what I saw personally, and I was like, here goes two
Through the
other
ages.
universe iterations of these two. Woof.
Oh, fascinating. Fascinating.
I do want, in a similar vein, I do want to see Litany and Sayer in the same room just to see what would happen.
Oh my
I do too.
god.
I just want to know what.
Hell,
Yeah, they
That
should
would be
fight.
fun.
They should
Hell would
totally
happen.
fight.
Yeah, they should
Hell would
totally
happen.
fight.
Okay, see,
Hear me.
lay on to us.
Come on.
Artemis and Willow Thrakar.
Oh God!
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll fly that ship.
Yep.
Hmm.
I see it. I see it.
Two toxic moms? Go figure.
Toxic mom for toxic mom, and I have no shame.
Okay.
Got that on
Lena
a
said
t-shirt.
Dom
Yeah.
and Naeem. Lena, close your computer right now and go to bed.
No.
Turn it off.
No, she's right.
Oh, man,
Look at the
Go
conversations
to bed.
we have.
Go to bed,
boy!
Lena. Go to bed,
No.
Lena.
No.
Dom and Naeem, diabolical. And Zion
Okay,
in the
no,
cut
correct.
chair,
Correct.
I see it.
Correct.
Y'all,
Correct.
in addition to that, every single one of Zion's entanglements together in the same room. That's what I want.
Please.
So his anniversary party.
Almost.
Oh, that
Almost.
pales in comparison to what it could be. Come on.
Lumira
my
would know. She
God.
spent most of the party under the table.
Yeah.
That shit was so funny.
Oh,
That shit was so
and
funny.
Sayer
Spectre,
spent it talking to Amaru, so you know that's something.
that was a
Who
great.
in tomorrow? Wait,
great
that-
Okay,
wasn't it?
hold on.
No.
Rare pair
Yeah,
coming
wait.
to me. A strange one, but one I don't hate. Sayer and Amaru. How
Yeah.
interesting.
I love that actually.
How- you know what
You know what?
I see
actually
the
kind of-
vision.
I love it personally. I personally love it. Two people that are actively fighting for the affections of one person and realize that they actually have feelings for each other. I'm kind of here for it.
It's also
What
this
even
like
happens when you put two
kinda
service
here.
talks?
right? No, and it's like two very devoted and
Yeah.
intentional people being like pointing at each other.
Yeah.
Also, what I like about Sayer Cove and the toxicity of it all.
The toxicity
And
of it
the
all.
mirror
I know.
once again, but being between the two of them as well.
That's not a
The
rare
thing
pair,
with
babe.
Cove, the thing with Cove and Sayer is that there are so many layers of animosity that it would be so fun to watch. You know what? Because it is
Honestly-
Lumira, but it's also
Oops.
Sing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pin that.
Best, you should have.
Sorry.
Get hit, Jovi.
Sorry. I was
I'm
just trying to
sorry.
scroll. My hands don't work. I just wanted to see.
It's like you're just shining
Honestly-
a huge spotlight on Jovi for no reason.
Sorry.
I'm kind of here for it if you think about it personally. That might be something.
Yeah. Cove and Sayer is
Interesting.
fun because I
And
just
you gotta-
know it's a heated rivalry. It's what I wanted from
It's-
heated
it's
rivalry.
what you want from
heated rivalry.
You know, they
It
they
literally
hate and they're like,
is.
oh, and then there's so much chemistry in the bedroom, and you don't know what's going on in there. You don't know what configurations they're making with their bodies, but you know it's interesting. Ugh.
Well,
I- you know,
as
okay,
somebody
so this
who's
is another- I just
well versed
wanna
in
see
at least
people
one
meet.
of them, I can imagine.
I just want to see Luhua and Sing meet for me.
Yeah.
I need it for me.
Oh, they would have
I
gotten
need it
along
for
so
me.
well. They would have
I
really
know. It could have been like besties. It would have been so cute.
Okay,
Or
here's my question to
maybe-
you all. My question to you all, because Sing notoriously can get along with pretty much anyone. Who in the
Yeah.
transplanar verse would you pick for her? Do you think that she would actually struggle to get along with?
Like on
Bosca.
site.
Vasca,
Oh, I see it.
really?
I see the vision. I see the
Elaborate.
vision.
Elaborate,
I see the vision.
Val.
I think it's
Elaborate. Why
Vasca.
do you think so?
I think that knowing that the little glimpses that we get of like Sing's like particular struggles, I think one, Voska is very good at teasing stuff like that out in a very, very uncomfortable way. And would not have very much patience for it. Which is another reason why I don't think Voska and Sayer would get along either. Like Voska would lose patience with Sayer pretty quickly. And I think with Sing, I feel like Sing is so talented at being able to warm someone to their affections very, very quickly. I don't know if that will work on Voska.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And I think that might frustrate Sing. I think Voska is a level of distance that might frustrate Sing.
With a level of distance that necessitates honesty to close.
Yes.
And vulnerability
Yeah.
to close.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's
Honestly,
a reason
Voska
why
is the kryptonite of Nova.
No, but like this is why
Absolutely
this
is.
is why Voska could not be in the like, yes, because I'm playing Sayer, but also narratively, dramaturgically, Voska would not be a conducive character in Coliseum of Queer Chaos, because Voska, with Nova as they are currently as a configuration, like Voska would lose patience like that with the entirety of Nova. And also like, think about who Voska is closest to in the Second Stranger. Oka, who is, if anything, too honest, right? Like,
You can be less. You can be less. It's okay.
but that's stuff
There will
that, like,
never be any type of Oka slander in front of me. I am. I know I was talking about it earlier, but I am the Wooba fire of Oka. Oka is just hurt. They're just a wee babe.
like
Fire beam! Let's Wooba fire!
But like Voska is literally like that though. Like Voska is just like, I will not hear a fucking word against like my wolf over there. Like, shut up. I will not hear a word against Oka. And it's the same thing with like Sitlali and stuff like that, right? Like there is a level of honesty and not even honesty, frankness. Everyone that Voska is close to is, if not honest, at least frank with who they are, what they're bringing to the table, and Voska can work with that.
Voska
It's
and Artemis,
like-
yes. Voska and Nova, no.
No.
You know, and
Voska
that
would-
makes
yeah,
me
no.
that makes me think about as
Actually,
much
I don't know if
as
Voska
Sam,
and Artemis would get along, actually.
No, I think
Honestly,
Artemis
I don't
would
think
kick would like flick you
It's
like a
like,
little
no,
dog
do
out
it
of the
safe, but you
office
have to
to be like,
go.
it's like, you can't be here actually. Goodbye.
Yeah, I don't
agree.
think
So
Voska and
I
Artemis get
agree.
along.
As much as Sam absolutely, like, I've never been shy about the fact that Dewey is my favorite. Sam, I love Dewey so much. Lumira and Dewey, a problem. They would when I say Lumira would unmake Dewey as fast as she did the Baron. Like,
I just see them having too much, like, I see you. I see you.
Lumira, as much as I truly love, when I say I love Dewey, when I say I would lay my life on the line 6 times over for Dewey, I would lay my life on the line 6 times over for Dewey Quirk. I love Dewey so much, it's actually almost inhuman. I don't know how a person could love a character as much as I love Dewey. I love Dewey. Lumira and Dewey would not be a good pair at all. Like, they get each
That's
other
really
on like
funny.
an intellectual level, but it took Dewey too hard to G up. It took them too long to G up throughout the course of the Second Stranger. Lumira
then
would have
he
been
died.
Get stuff
exhausted
done today.
Lumira gets stuff done
Yeah.
today, not 4 arcs in, where they're like,
Mm.
ooh, and it's no tear, no shade for Dewey, because that is Dewey's arc
Beautiful
is
storyline.
probably the most
Beautiful.
beautiful, the most tragic, the most heart. That's why I identify with it so much. I love Dewey. Lumira would punch Dewey in the face, personally.
Oh my god.
She could fix it. She could fix it easily in a heartbeat, no problem. But she would definitely punch them, and she would definitely punch them.
I mean, he's got a bird beak. I would,
bones.
yeah.
His
Yeah, right.
literally break his little bird wings.
Yeah, but-
100%.
Oh my god.
Someone put in
I've
chat
got one.
Dewey and Zynon too. Sorry, go ahead, C.
Dewey and Zynon would just be like,
For the dad
Hi.
vibes.
they would
I don't
just
think they'd
dad
talk.
vibes.
They would just
Mother-
look at each other.
They wouldn't talk. They wouldn't. No.
They'd work the barbecue
No.
together, and that's about
They're
it.
like girl dads too. Like it's a very specific. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm answering your sing question, Connie. I'm delightfully interested in the idea that Sing and Ro would not get along. Or rather, Sing would not get along with Ro.
Yeah.
Write it.
Similar
Fan fiction
problem.
writers.
You know, it's
Write
it's the narrative foil derogatory, where they're
Yeah.
both kind of having the same journey.
They both have to be like the perfect the perfect golden child who needs to live up to impossible expectations. Yeah. No, and they would be like, ugh, because they'd see too much of each other in each other.
Yeah.
They would
It's
know
like how
they
Liddy
would
feels
both
about
know.
Zeta. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yep. Oh,
Same
that's-
That's how
dynamic.
Liddy
That's
feels
Sayer.
about Zeta. Yeah.
That's the same dynamic probably of Sayer and Jiran.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Ooh.
Like I
yeah.
can see
Yeah.
Sayer and Oka getting along, but I
Yeah.
don't think Sayer and Jiran would get along.
Ooh, fascinates and
no, I see it.
delights.
No, I see it, though. I see
no, I
it,
like
though.
that a lot.
Characters that are too similar
Mhm.
would not like each other.
Uh-huh.
So would Litany and Artemis?
Oh,
not like
Erica
each
brings
other?
up a good point. I think Yada and would like Sing and Ro would hate it. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Oh, yeah, I like that too.
Sing and Yada would get along.
Would get
and that
along,
would make
yeah.
Ro mad. I like.
yes, especially if Yada started going
like-
to sing for like advice or like hang out with them more. I think Ro would get very upset. And Sing
like
would
I've
play
always-
oblivious, but like she knows. Oh,
Does it a little bit on
Sometimes
purpose?
people who are
yeah.
too similar, but like the one that gets me, I think about this often because of my friendship with Erica. I think about if V and Zynon could actually be friends, or if they'd fucking kill each other.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because Vishanti and Zynon
Yeah.
have similar problems in some places that I'm like, I
They're
don't know
both
if you two could be
outlaws.
friends. Actually,
You know, they both were
Yeah.
kind of living the trickster outlaw life. And
yeah.
A Biku
But in
and
very
Zynon
different
would be
ways.
fascinating.
Oh, Abika would destroy Zynon
Yeah.
on sight. Are you kidding me?
this huge woman crush him like a bug.
I saw this in chat also. I really like Yinghe and Pilindar from First Blood. Pilindar Heartbloom. Right?
Pilindar
Yinghe and
Heartbloom.
Pilindar?
Yeah, that's
Mm.
interesting.
Freaky goth for freaky goth.
Freaky goths.
Mm.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm like going. My brain is just like a Rolodex now.
It's like we're just throwing darts now.
Throw darts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be like, what is it?
Like I want to see Yinghe with the Winds of Change for no other reason, just to like see what that relationship would be,
Mm.
because I feel like they'd fit in really well there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lena brought up Voska and Zynon and what that dynamic would be, and I think that'd be funny to think about.
She'd
I
annihilate
don't think
him.
they'll get along.
He would be
She would
dust.
not. She
would
she
annihilate.
would call your bullshit really fast, I think.
Yeah.
Well, it's so funny because sometimes with Zynon that goes okay, and he's like, "Yes, ma'am," and sometimes he gets really ornery. So it would really like be a contextual thing more than anything with him.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think Fosco would get along swell with Naeem. I think
Yes.
they would have a
Yes.
good
Oh, yes.
relationship.
Oh, best friends.
Yeah.
Really quickly. Yeah, for sure.
They like talk about Zion, and
To
then Zion would
Zion's
come into the
detriment.
room and they'd both like
No, like
sip their
if in an
drinks.
AU where Voska is somehow an agent in trans, like Voska is the one Naeem texts about updates on
About
Zion.
about his
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Voska
problems.
only has that
It's-
to color her
Oh, no,
perspective,
she's so
and
biased
it's never
against
coming
Zion.
out. Yeah.
Honestly, though, Naeem would be right as per usual.
Yep.
Being like, oh, it's you. Well, I must go, Naeem.
I love how easily you fall back into Voska voice because that was her speaking through you just
Yeah.
now.
Yes.
That was a whole scene. I could
I
feel it.
love her.
She possesses me at some points, and I'm like, there you are. I miss you.
All
Excellent.
right, my arm hurts. I want to
Okay.
go to bed now.
All right,
Yes.
it's time. It's
Decided.
time for us to wrap up. Oh, wow. Well, okay, friends, this was so much fun. Thank you, one and all, once again for tuning into our Valentine's Day community stream. Let's do a really quick round of introductions, just where people can find you, what you're up to. Let's just go around the circle. Let's start with C. Thomas.
Oh my god. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is C. I use they, them pronouns. And you can find me making very trans, very gay art on the internet at C Plays RPG. Unfortunately, the thing that I'm probably going to be talking about the most is the fact that I broke my arm in 2 places. So, yay! So I'm not doing too much right now, but catch me Saturdays on Transplaner doing this right here. And send me your Not Safe for Work fan art so I can see it, because I want to. That's all. And now I'm going to pass it over to the one and only Sam Starr.
Me? Hello, everyone. It is the one and only Sam Star. Again, I use she, they, and the occasional they pronouns. You can catch me all across the interwebs, more specifically where the butterflies do fly blue, at Lust for Life, LUSTTFORLAFEEX. I'm the worst at social media, so the most you see is me either ranting about something that's completely unimportant or the work that I do. So follow me there. You can find everything. I'm going to pass it on to my beloved slow burn chat co-companion, Mr. Lovewinds Dorian.
Sure thing. Hi everyone, I'm Valiant Doran. I use him, his pronouns. You can find me all across the internet at Valiant Doran or at also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure I just set you on. In terms of new stuff from me, I just made a game for the 48-word game jam called Devorare Patrons. It is about a werewolf seeking vengeance against their maker. And in fact, I have a casting call happening right now for an anthology series featuring that game. So if that's something
Let me
you're
know.
interested in,
Send me the link right now. Right now.
oh, please apply, because I know exactly
Right
who to
now.
pair you up with.
I'm so serious. Send it to me right now so I can fill it out
Okay.
right now and be a part. Thank you.
Wonderful. But yes, please go and check it out. And I'm going to pass it on over to Kai.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kai. You can find me everywhere as Estella Vimladris. Right now, I have 1,000 things going on right now, but in the very near term, you can find me tomorrow over on Vault Companions with Val for more of our Fallout 2D20 system game, Angels and Atoms, where Val and I and some friends are doing Fallout. It's a really good time. Val plays the scariest scaredy cat ever, and I play a robot who thinks he's James Bond. It's a great time.
Yes, that is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it's a really normal time. I got a bunch of other stuff. I'm doing Dune over on Happy Jacks. I've got a bunch of stuff. But actually, the thing I wanted to shout out is I just started the game Neva on my channel last week, and it is truly one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. So if you want to hang out and watch
I've heard
Neva,
a lot about that.
that's what I'm playing right now on my stream. So I'll be doing that on Wednesday at 1 p.m. But I got a lot of other stuff. Follow me everywhere. But come hang out with me and look at a beautiful sword woman with her dog. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it to Connie.
It's me, Con. You know where to follow me at by
Boss.
Connie Chong on Blue Sky, Instagram. I guess I'm not super active there, but whatever. TikTok, sure. But most importantly, you just follow Transplaner, which I'm sure you already do. We will maybe be back this coming weekend for the next installment of Chaos or for something else. We're not sure. We're gonna touch and go and see what's going on with C's arm, or we're gonna have more clarity on what our schedule is gonna look like in the next few days. Right now, healing is still kind of a bit of a rough process and journey, but we will try to keep you all posted as soon and as quickly as we can. In the meantime, we are going to be sending the love over to someone else right now, no doubt, either probably like an animal stream or something like that. So stay tuned for that raid out to a different stream so we can all decompress together. Just one last time, a really huge thank you to all of you for tuning in to our Valentine's Day community stream. The best way to continue to support our channel, especially while we're in the midst of arm recovery and getting all of our balls back in a row, ducks back in a line, hoops back in a circle. balls in a row, is to join our
Watching
Patreon,
rivalry.
even at the free tier. Follow us, talk about us to your friends, to your families, read up on the recap document, catch up on old content of ours, old media, old shows and whatnot while you wait for the next episode of Chaos to come out. And yes, we love you all so much. We're going to see you hopefully very soon again next week or the week after that. And in the meantime, send the love over to our raid. Bijo, and happy Black History Month. Goodbye, friends.